All right. And make sure everything's going. Come on, YouTube. I know you're looking. I know you're looking at me. I'm looking at you. You're saying collect connection, and there we go. And we are live. Hello, everybody.
Great.
Welcome to another episode of Y.A.R.P. Today we have another guest. Would you like to introduce yourself, sir?
Hi, my name is Evan. I make videos. I'm
Fan-
super
Good
interesting.
ones.
fantastic. uh,
Legendary introduction.
oh, jeez. So today I thought we would talk about a little film called Batman Begins. I don't know if you guys have ever heard of it. Anybody?
I might have.
Christopher
Oh yeah,
Nolan. Um, I would honestly have. I'll start with just a big old take. Batman Begins is better than Dark Knight. The problems with Batman Begins' plot, like its severity is a lot different than opposed to like the problems that like with things like Dark Knight. And is also a very good introduction to him as opposed to something like 89 where we're just straight like smack dab in the middle of his career.
yeah. An '89 Batman. I've said this for a while. I almost think the Joker is more so the main character instead of '89 Batman. Like he gets a ton more screen time and like direct development, where it's like Batman kind of just shows up. Like you don't know a lot about Wayne. It's just that is not really an origin story. They just like throw you right into the midst of it, and like they don't really develop his character particularly well. I'm like I feel like they did a much better job instead of Batman Begins with that.
Mm-hmm. What
Say Batman Begins and Dark Knight both break in very different ways, but they're both broken. But Dark Knight, I think, has more things that I actually enjoy watching.
Oh yeah, The Dark Knight's always been my favorite of the bunch, despite whatever flaws there are. It's one of those that I really just enjoy watching.
And then obviously Dark Knight Rises is just broken from the very beginning, but every second
Yeah.
that Bane is on screen is pure joy.
It's funny though, like I mean, we were mentioning that is it's just like people act like The Dark Knight is like just the only bad one. That's just the black sheep of the trilogy, but it's like there were flaws in the trilogy from the start. It's not like everything just fell off with The Dark Knight Rises. And tons of people act like that either that is the only bad one or that like it's not as bad as people say. And it's like no, it is, and this trilogy is flawed, guys.
and that's the thing. Like, if I remember correctly, Dark Knight Rises has a higher user score than the Dark Knight. It's
Oh
insane.
yeah. If you look it up, man, most people, just most general reviewers, like have not gone back and reviewed that movie. Like, there's barely any YouTube videos that like break it down or critique it, and most people, it's just like kind of the hype thing where it came out in 2012. People liked it around the time, but people haven't just given it a watch in retrospect.
Yeah, except for memeing the shit out of Bane, which,
Yeah.
His voice. I
Oh
will
God.
let them believe that they can
I feel like
survive.
we were able to sing along with every single
Oh
fucking
yeah.
line he
We
had
were
in that
we were. It
movie.
was practically a
All of
sing
us
along.
doing
You
our
could
best impressions because it was just drunken fun times. But
yeah,
god damn,
you could practically see like the sing along dot. I was like, I wonder why someone would shoot a man in the head before throwing him out of a plane. Oh God. If I
although
take
I will say in Dark Knight Rises there is one golden moment that is genuinely fucking heart wrenchingly good, and that's the Alfred's speech to Bruce that he's leaving.
Oh, dude, I hate that. That goes against
Really?
Alfred's character. Yeah, from what's set up in Batman Begins and The Dark Knight, like what trips him up is him stopping the exchange robbery. It's like why is this the moment that just stops everything for you?
yeah,
Why now are you
why is
abandoning
this
Bruce?
yeah, why is this the straw that broke the camel's back? That's how I've always felt. And what's
Because
funny,
he thought he was out of the game, and then he jumps right back in, like putting himself in danger. And Alfred fucking has that moment, like, I thought we were past this shit. I cannot do it anymore, and this is the last thing I have to make you understand that we can't fucking sit around and watch you hurt yourself.
I still think that's out of character with what was established instead of the previous movies. It's just like all that they went through. I don't understand like why. For one, there's the whole problem of Bruce being out of the game for 8 years for some reason. Like He
Oh
stopped being
yeah.
Oh yeah,
Batman on that night,
oh
which goes
yeah,
against everything the ending's supposed to represent.
oh
But
yeah. Like the Dark Knight's ending was basically like, so we'll chase him. It's like it's the idea that he's going back to square one, where he's stopping criminals and running from the cops.
yeah,
Uh,
that's exactly what it should have been. It should have been he's still fighting crime. It's just that the cops are against him and hunting him at every corner. That's what you could do. You could set up that he's still Batman. He's just in there. But it's like they just threw in the stupid Dent Act thing to just say like, hey, all organized crime in the city is gone and Batman was not needed. He stopped being Batman that same night. It's like, how did the Dent Act clear up the city after everything that happened?
and, and
Yeah,
Well, and
that's the whole
they kept
thing.
doing the
So,
thing where they're like, "Oh man, Harvey, he did some bad shit. If anyone finds out what Harvey did, all these criminals are just going to be back on the street." And it's like,
I and I
that's not really how law works.
and I just
and they say that in both movies as well.
And I tried like doing like the bare minimum legal research. I just asked legal. I was just like, "Hey, would such and such be like a thing?" Or like I even asked like the dumbest thing like would punching the witness in the Dark Knight have caused a mistrial? Uh and I heard no response, which is
I
funny
mean,
cuz
we can assume that it would, but
He
it'd
pulled
be
a
nice.
gun on him. I think
yeah,
that
that's
probably wouldn't pull a mistrial. One way or another, he was pulled out, like, arrested as a witness, so I don't know if that would cause a mistrial, but I think the
It
gun would be the
absolutely would.
elephant in
It
the
would have
room.
to be adjourned and revisited at a later point because now you have this extra trial that has to take place because bringing a gun into court, pointing it at the DA, both of those are crimes.
yeah, and
Oh,
then
yeah, it wouldn't just be over at that point. It wouldn't, like, end the trial, and it's like, "Hey, it's all happy." It's like that would complicate things more.
no, yeah, Harvey wouldn't
Oh no,
But
yeah,
the weird thing is, there
practical
actually is a
execution.
line where he says that, oh, it's too bad, Maroni's going to get off scot free, and it's like, when did that get decided?
I think that's, like, an assumption from them, basically. That's the same thing, like, Rachel says that they're not gonna trace the gun back, but they know that Maroni was the one who sent the gun in, so
Mhm. Uh So, it was weird that Dent's like, oh, I just like basically punched a guy who threatened me with a gun. I'm not done yet, Your Honor. It's just like, that guy needs to be removed no matter what.
it's
Yeah,
just a
we need to
baseline.
revisit this entire
He's trying to
case
pull a
as
drop the mic. It's like just punched him in the face, and he's like, "Hey, I still want to examine." It's like
that
just a liner.
in terms of terms of punches, that actually was uh, a good solid jab. Or that was either a jab or a hook. It's probably a
I think
jab
it was the
from
jab.
it was a
yeah
jab.
from Harvey. 'Cause, like, man, that would fucking that would have rung that guy's bell to hear the other state. Um,
I'd love to if they just continued on those. The scene doesn't end. We just see Harvey there, like blood on his knuckles, and the fucking witness's face is all busted. He has to give his fucking testimony.
I'm the brains of the whole operation. Oh, oh, just he's just
He's
holding
got
his
like
nose.
napkins coming out of his nostrils.
Yeah.
It's like, just keep it going. It's like, no, where were we?
It's just-
Harvey's just there, like raising his other fist, like we're done when I say we're done.
yeah, he's like, yeah, he's just threatening him at this point. Like, is he part? He's the head of the family, isn't he? He's like, yes, he is. Just stop hitting me. Uh, in terms of what's so with the Dark Knight Rises, as memeable as it was, I actually found it a lot more painful to watch than like something like Batman and Robin is so bad, but it's just so likable. Not because of because of things like Arnold and Uma Thurman and George Clooney, but with Dark Knight Rises, it's just like the plot makes no fucking sense. Especially with things like the stock exchange, where it's like they would close the markets, like there's no, and it's a fraudulent
Well,
transaction.
it's the difference between cringe and self-aware cringe.
Right.
Like those Schumacher movies were really bad, but they knew what they were and they were having fun with it. The Dark Knight Rises tries to be like this really serious, epic thing, and it's just like, there, guys, we can't take this seriously. This is fucking ridiculous.
Like
I,
it's one of the most perfect examples of like a blockbuster with a huge budget, but the script is just broken at every corner, and you're just like, this is a huge movie which had so much potential to be good if you just put the script in, but like the script is utterly broken. So it's like, what do you do?
yeah, and it's just, and also I'm just gonna say they shouldn't have done Bane. if you're gonna do one of like Batman's like one of his smartest villains, and like you're gonna do it in a realistic sense, I would say just you can't do Bane. Bane's like whole
I'd
physical.
say you can do Bane, just don't make him a fucking simp.
and,
Just
and
have
don't
Bane.
and don't have like the evil layer that's in the sewers that like it spreads throughout and the underground army. It's just like make him more realistic, dude. Give him some kind of base of operations, which is in Gotham, which makes sense, and he's got men throughout. It's like give him a modest amount of resources, which is viable, rather than the underground like video game fortress.
Right.
Yeah, he actually has an unironic lair. It's Bane's
Yeah.
lair,
And it's
right
right-
below Batman's
It's
armory.
got
It's
like that
insane.
arena with like the bridge that he fights Batman on.
Let's-
It's like, where the hell is this, and why is this in the sewers?
Let's not waste time with ceremony, Mr. Wayne. It's just like, oh, so this is the boss fight. I'm not supposed to win.
Yeah.
Exactly.
You think the cutscene is your ally? He's like,
I was
"Oh, no."
born in the cutscene. It's like I find that fight really to me only just because. So this Batman's been out of the game for 8 years, and he is just not fighting Bane that smartly at all. Like when he when he kills the lights, that would have been a perfect time to like try and escape, not to just try to do like a sneak attack on Bane. Like
And the weakest sneak attack ever, he just walks up to him and Bane's like, blinded. And it's like, what? That scene is supposed to illustrate that like Batman's not stronger than Bane. He defeats him in strength. He defeats him instead of his cunning and his like skills, his deception, all that. It's supposed to do that, but like it just makes Batman look incompetent in that fight. He's just like he's just wailing on him with those punches, and they do nothing. And it's like, what are you doing, Bruce? Come on, you're better than this. You were trained.
yeah,
It
No,
doesn't help
arguably,
that-
if you watch the warehouse fight with Batfleck, I mean, it shows like a physically stronger Bruce, and Batman, but also like he's seamlessly blending his martial arts and his gadgets. Like he's using all kinds of gadgets in that scene. It's like this is how Batman would fight. We don't get anything from that in Dark Knight Rises. Oh, he throws the little flashbang batarang
Yeah.
thing, but he
Yeah.
throws it while Bane is
Yeah.
literally staring right
Right.
at him. So it's like, how would that distract him at all?
Yeah,
Yeah.
we barely see any kind of fighting style like that in any of the Nolan movies. Like
Look-
Batman Begins is probably one of the very few that has that, which with his opening, which I think is actually one of the better fight scenes, even though it's not really emphasizing the fight, it's kind of framing it like a horror scene. But the fight from BVS is really good. That's definitely the best fight scene to date. And I hope that the Batman has like fight scenes similar to that, or at least which fit more with Batman's character, like because The Dark Knight does not have a lot of fight scenes like that.
Yeah, it's because if I remember correctly, they studied Kali for the Nolan trilogy, which is basically it's all about basically doing
Yeah.
maximum damage with like precise strikes. Like one of the like as Christian Bale was describing it, he said like that his trainers would talk about like in a bar you'd grab an ashtray and slam it against a person's face and like basically pull all the stops on like you're trying to kill somebody, and it's like
Yeah, and I mean he like you see that throughout. Like he's got the thing with his arms that he like keeps them above his head for protection. Like I've seen
Mhm.
people who break down the fighting style. I'd say that like the trouble is it kind of just looks like one fighting style, and it's like where the point of Batman is that he's learned multiple martial arts for different contexts. So it's just like when you just have him using essentially the same moves, it's like, oh, okay, cool.
yeah, in Batman Begins they actually stated this when he's fighting Ra's al Ghul in the temple. He's like he knows like Tiger, Panther, and then he knows like jujitsu, but we don't see any of that kind of stuff after he becomes Batman. He just that's because like while we were watching Batman Begins, I was losing my fucking mind, like with all the editing cuts.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, the fight scenes in that movie are not good.
Yeah,
like
It's just a bunch of
seriously, when
fluttering sounds and 100 different cuts.
yeah, when Batman is finally revealed, like that's supposed to be the big moment when like finally Batman comes down and starts fighting everybody, but like they just edit it with a bunch of random cuts, and it's like the only clear view you get of him is when he attacks Falcone, and it's like, is that supposed to be? It's like sure, but you can't see what's going on. Like it'd be better, I think, if it were clearer to an extent. You don't
Mhm.
need to cut it 80 times. It's just it's not the right way to go.
And at the end of that fight scene, by the way, there are two people we can see are standing up.
Oh yeah,
Oh, yeah.
it's comparable to the throne room scene from Last Jedi. It is that bad.
It's comparable to fucking Batwoman.
Oh, it's like, oh boy, do I have a clip to show once the stream is over.
Well, I mean, that's one thing that you can say about the trilogy is I don't remember, even the people that adamantly defend the film usually don't defend like the choreography and the fight scenes. They're pretty much accepted as being like meh.
I used to defend like the final fight between Batman and Bane in The Dark Knight Rises, and then they actually showed me like what was fundamentally wrong. It's like, oh, I guess the reason why I kind of liked it was because I could actually see what was happening.
Well, compared to the like ridiculously fast and hard quick cuts that they do in Batman Begins, yeah, you can actually see what's happening in the fight, but it also shows you how bad it is because
Yeah.
you can see everything.
Yeah, that's the problem. It's like, oh wait, I could see how these moves would practically make no sense because I could see what's happening.
So you can have good camera work or good choreography. You can't have both.
It's like, that's not true. You can have both. Jackie Chan taught us that lesson. You can have both.
Chris Nolan, please just believe that you can have both.
What was a good, like a genuinely kind of decent fight has to probably be the Tizumi China plan when he's like trying to get Lao out. Cause you can
That's a pretty
tell
cool fight.
yeah, where he's like stealthing it up and fighting people. The problem being is that just how that plan works in general. We had this funny like running gag that it's just like if anyone just plans to do anything, like it just turns to shit. And the joke of like, what if somebody just plans to like go to lunch? Like, do you just have to improvise all the whole time, or like if you even like think like one step ahead, it'll just automatically fall to shit? Because with something like the plan to China, it's like so many people would have known Bruce's Batman just from like getting there and then getting back. These like what did he stay in costume the whole ride with those Koreans with Lao?
Yeah, throughout The Dark Knight, Christopher Nolan has one trick that to make his quote smart characters seem like they're really intelligent, and that's to make them omniscient with timing.
Yeah, like Batman, like with the China plan, everything has to go exactly perfect to his 2-minute 20-second timer on those bombs he shot right before he even started the mission.
And the Joker needs to kidnap those people, put them in the rooms with their time bombs, and still have Batman arrive in his cell to interrogate him just in time enough so that he only has enough time to rescue one of them.
Yeah. And all while and then while they're doing that, he's gonna request his phone call as the guy who has a bomb in his stomach just happens to be thrown in the same cell as him before his interrogation, and that when he like fucking falls unconscious due to like his guts practically rupturing, that they won't immediately understand what a fucking IED is in 2008. And then he'll call this. Somehow, all the cops in the police station get killed, and yet the Joker and Lau don't have a fucking scratch on them.
Yeah, if that guy collapsed like 20 minutes earlier, he wouldn't have even been in the building when the Joker wanted him to explode, so rip plan, I guess.
I want to look into, like, I wish I could just like ask a nurse or somebody like a trained medical professional that worked around 2008, because I swear that somebody who would have these professions of like a police doctor or like just a medical professional at all. We were in the middle of the war on terror, so we were just like, oh yeah, they would so know what an IED looks like, especially like as the phone's going off, because the path that it's like sewn in is so like obvious, like it's like a fucking like big the boss with her little snake stitches in Metal Gear Solid 3. It's that obvious. It's like they didn't know what that would be. Yeah.
But no, guys, it's the gold standard of comic book movies.
Ugh,
Stop
So
being
good.
haters.
so good.
Masterpiece.
Yeah, why do you have to hate? Why do you have to be so mean?
Why does
Why
he
do you
have
gotta
to
take
be
our
so
feelings
mean?
away?
Oh
Jeez,
God.
what's wrong with you?
Yeah, we're just the newest generation of people who destroy art. Uh, listen, I'm not a monster. I'm just ahead of the curb. God. So, today I thought we'd look at a little content creator called HiTop, who's getting a little bit of flack for what he was saying about a little film called Wonder Woman. But that's
And
not.
several of his weird takes on Twitter about film and emotion. He's
Oh
said
God.
some strange things in the last month, and I'm just like, what are you doing, dude?
Hey Ninja, do you redraft? Do you redraft your script for your upcoming video?
Yes, I'm constantly redrafting multiple times. It's the main reason that I haven't finished my fucking novel because I'll pump out 30, 40 pages and then go, God damn it, it's not good enough, and just delete everything. Or, I polish it until it's like there's nothing left here, man. You've scoured it away. It needs to be better. Holding yourself to that standard, like yes, it's going to take longer to get your stuff out, but when you finally get it out, it's going to stand the test of time. It's going to stand on its own. It's going to be worthwhile. And I would rather do that than be one of these people that just pumps out like 3, 4, 5 videos a day just for fucking ad revenue and shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the same with me here, man. That's like why I haven't made a video in a while. Like for one, I need a PS5 to get footage for my Last of Us video. But I'm like, for one, I'm redrafting that, and it's just like when I make a video, I want to have something that's worth saying. I don't just want to throw out something, just watch a movie and just be like, I thought this like is like you analyze this scene, it's like you get some cool stuff. It's just like sometimes people just make videos. I'm like, did you just make this video to make it? To just be like, hey, here's a movie that I watched. Here, my sponsor is Skillshare. Subscribe to the
Oh,
Patreon
God.
and have a good day. It's like,
Raid Shadow
wow,
Legends
thanks,
is just the
guys.
laughing stock of that. Especially when I see some of my favorite YouTubers like Russian Badger have it. I'm just like, no, you fool! Why are you doing this? You know it's not good.
People have no clue how to sponsorship, dude. There's just no way. Like, I always love when they try to be clever with like fitting in the transition with the Raid Shadow Legends. It's like, how do you mix this in with a video about Wonder Woman 1984? It's just like
Yeah,
they still try. It's like, oh,
at least
like Alt Shift X with Audible, like that makes sense because like his videos are mainly about the Song of Ice and Fire books. So it's like he can be like, okay, read the books, get them on Audible. It's like there you go. That's a good advertisement to put in the video. It makes sense with the sponsorship, but so many people do not know how to do that.
yeah, at least Russian Badger, like, I'll watch it the very first time, but like it's a 50-50 shot because he'll just be memeing the whole time, but it's still like you're still letting Raid sponsor you. Uh
Same with Internet Historian as well.
oh, is he sponsored by Raid as well,
Yep.
or oh
And
dear.
his ads are actually funny, but they're still Raid Shadow Legends ads.
Mm-hmm. Um, it's
So he does make his own script for them. He's not using the thing. He just has to hit the buzzwords and he's good. So he can say whatever the fuck else he wants for the rest of it.
it's like a Fact Fiend is actually a great example of this. How their policy with sponsors is pretty much like just let us do our thing, and we'll like briefly mention either the sponsor or like the information related to it in like a little box as they're talking, or they'll make the conversation related to it. Like with Surfshark, they tried to have like a whole conversation about just sharks, and the people who wanted to do the sponsor, they were just like, cut that shit out and just read the script. And it's just like, oh no, then.
You also have to remember to say that this video was made possible by this other fucking sponsor. Without the sponsor, no video for you. If
Yeah.
I wasn't being sponsored by Raid Shadow Legends, I would have no opinions on this movie. That's how that works.
Okay. Click exit video. So let's get into this shit. Let's do
Sketty.
this. Am I sharing the screen? Yes, I am. Oh,
The whole idea of rebooting a franchise with a new director and new actors and a whole new creative approach was kind of unheard of.
And I think that they could have gone one of two ways. Way one
What does he
was,
mean unheard
wait,
of?
that's
We've
not
been
true.
around for a long
Batman. If
time.
they're talking about just
we're
Batman
not
in
even
general,
30 seconds in. Jesus Christ.
This isn't even what HiTop is saying. This is what this commentator guy is saying. Like, I get it. This is supposed to be like a revolutionary thing. Like no one had ever done it before.
Except
We
it
were like
has.
treading new ground. It's like, but it has, dude. It's like
yeah.
I know
Like,
this is bonus features, but okay.
fucking Tim Burton to Joel Schumacher. This has happened multiple times.
And like origin stories, I'm like the original Spider-Man predates this movie, so it's like it's not like this type of a thing hadn't happened before. And this is very similar to that too. So, in at least in terms of how they frame the origin.
In terms of
Unless like the last Batman thing that this guy saw was the 1960s Adam West one, which just fucking amuses me.
Michael who now?
let's play it safe. And way two was, let's just completely and totally entrust somebody to take this and make it their own.
Oh,
Adam
even
is
Lindelof was the one
Oh.
saying that nonsense. Now things are making sense.
Oh God. So as that guy as Nolan was just holding the little fake bat, we forgot to talk about the Uwu device with the fucking little bat thing that he has in his ankle.
Forgot about that.
How like so we all complain how in Iron Man 3 when Tony summons his armor as he's like zip tied to the bed, and it has to fly from that's like the kid's house all the way to him, which he's like a good like 100 miles away from his gear by this point. It would take like at least an hour for him to get to him. With this, it's like we know that so far the mass amount of bats are the Bat Cave, which is miles upon miles away from Gotham City. So how the hell did they get here in a matter of like 30 seconds?
But not just that, but bats typically don't swarm. They don't like being in close quarters because they're not very elegant flyers.
Uh-huh.
So to have them all in one place, it's usually because they're leaving the cave before they spread out. To get them to congregate in one place, you would need like the biggest mating call or the biggest food call of all time. But that's still not going to make them fucking fly head first through windows into enemies, fucking conveniently tying them all up or sweeping them away in like a tidal wave of flying rodents.
It reminds me of Dracula Untold. Just how he's like
Yeah, that's
extends
exactly what I remember
his
watching.
hand, and all just that hand of bats just comes out.
Oh, that blindfolded army still fucking gets me, man.
You can't fear what you cannot see. It's like, what? Fear is based on what I can't see. What the hell?
Just the visual of them marching blindfolded. Oh, legendary.
To make another Batman film, and I was like, I don't think there's any world in which Chris would be interested in that. And he was like, no, that's really exciting because I've always thought there was a Batman story that hasn't been told on film.
The pitch that Chris had was...
They're called comics, you fucking retard.
A bunch of fucking stories haven't been told. We haven't seen a fucking Batman movie in which he goes to the 5th dimension to fight like the giant monkey. That hasn't happened yet. So if we were to make that, it's like was that Donkey Last of Us 2 video where he's like, now Ellie could just go into space and shoot aliens, and it's like, what? Like that's just not like what that person said was just nonsense.
I mean, hey, that might be objectively better than what we got. So
So it was quick. It was 10 or 15 minutes, but it was so holistic. And it really was Batman Begins.
Chris came in and said, look, this is what I want to do.
Really was Batman Begins.
Really
the real Batman Begins.
Holistic is not really the word that I think he was meaning to use.
I don't even know what that means.
It's kind of like saying it's organic, like something developed organically or is from natural sources, or it's a really weird usage of it.
I love
how usually use it to describe like medicine or therapy.
I like how we're arguing against We haven't even gotten to HiTop himself, and we're just
HiTop, you sit
He
down and
literally-
wait your turn.
They
you.
literally took this from somebody else and were criticizing what is essentially the bonus features of the film.
Yeah.
It's like HiTop, wait your turn. You bonus feature, sit the fuck down.
Unless he's hoping that we run out of ammo by the time he actually comes on.
It's like
This is what I want to do with it visually. This is where I think the character needs to go. I think it's going to be different than any superhero movie anybody's seen before. And we looked at each other and I said, look, if you're going to back a guy off a pitch, I think this is the guy to do it with.
Chris, at that point, had only really made 3 feature films. You have to hand it to the Suits for saying, well, I'd rather go with someone who has absolute clarity
He
and
said
confidence.
while wearing a suit.
yeah. No, I should probably keep an eye on this just in case, like, fucking copyright to
Well, that's in his video. Probably won't be copyright ridden.
right.
Also, we're pausing that much. I don't think it'll be an issue.
True. Chat just said that Shad has good sponsors for his videos. What does he have? He's had Audible. I know he's had one.
Yeah, I think he has decent. Like, he for one does it at the beginning pretty briefly, and he'll like usually talk about it towards the end. Like, he does a good job of implementing it.
Mm-hmm.
What I cannot stand is the people who put it right in the middle of their videos. Robot Head has been doing that recently. I'm like, guys, do not put a sponsorship that's like 1 minute in the middle of your 20-minute video. It completely destroys the pacing.
Oh god.
Yeah.
Beginning to the end, you pick one.
The only way I would accept sponsors for Y.A.R.P would basically be if I could do the Norm McDonald method, where it's like I could just fucking just go nuts. It's like, your dad's alive, right? No. Fuck. It's like he like this cast iron grill set, and then just like they're like kind of shitting on it as they're trying to advertise it. It's the most hilarious thing I've ever seen.
What they're doing than someone who's basically just going to sit at the table and give us exactly what we expect. Because we tried that before, and it didn't really work.
To hear that
What?
Who gave you exactly? Are you referring to Tim Burton? Are
Or
you saying
Joel
Tim Burton?
Schumacher, maybe? Because he was the last one to touch it? I don't...
Those
I don't
guys were
think anybody
very.
was expecting that.
Yeah, Tim Burton's film is very different from the regular perception of Batman. Like, it's strange. He kills people inside of that. It's got weird aesthetics for Gotham. Same for the Joel Schumacher movies. Like, those movies weren't play it by the books, give the audience what they wanted. Neither of them were.
Although without Burton's Batman, we wouldn't have Batman the Animated Series, so I'll give it that.
Oh yeah, exactly. It paved the way for other Batman stories, but it's not like what came before here was just completely conventional. And like, this was the only Batman movie that like featured nuance. It's like, of course not.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Also,
Joel Schumacher was in Neon Gotham. That's not exactly playing it safe.
Yeah.
Also, like, HiTop, like 1 minute 25 seconds of like prelude with bonus features. Like,
He hasn't even
I-
done his intro yet, has he?
I was
He
about to
hasn't-
say, yeah,
he
like you might
hasn't.
want to get things going. Like, I mean, I get it. I get what you're going for with showing these bonus features. Maybe like cut that down to like 30 seconds so that you can get into talking about your points.
Well, 20 minutes. That's a
Quick
long
ones,
video for him, I'm sure. So.
Oh yeah, I mean,
No,
slow
he's
down,
had
buddy.
videos that are like like hours long. Him, of course, like gushing about the Raimi trilogy. He's just, I don't even think he's touched Spider-Man 3
Please
yet.
don't use the term high top and gushing in the same sentence anymore.
Fair enough.
Oh, what does Paul Dini have to say about this? About how this was like the first Batman of its kind. It was so new.
Meanwhile, fucking Paul Dini wrote some of the best episodes of fucking the animated series. Like, oh, this impressed you, huh?
This has
I was
never
about to
been
say,
done before.
You're the guy who wrote Almost Got Him, dude. You're like, and you've written so many great comics as well outside of the animated series. Like, yeah,
You wrote Arkham
you've got something on this
Asylum.
movie.
You've read
Yep.
like one of my favorite Batman games.
Christopher Nolan was doing it, that made me very excited.
That's the real leap that happened when Batman Begins came out.
That's the real leap.
Leap.
Because he's on fire.
Yeah. See, because he's jumping. It's like, oh, okay.
That's
You get it?
So,
You get it? He's leaping.
I like, this is just something I have against bonus
jump.
features. You get that awkward shot where it's like it's not what the camera in the movie is seeing, so it's just like it looks way goofier because the lighting's just not good compared to what the camera that's actually making the film is seeing.
out. This is definitely not made in a boardroom. This is like someone's.
Oh, you don't get to
That's-
talk.
oh,
You don't get to
jeez,
talk
no.
about anything.
Why are you even
Why
here?
is
This
I was gonna say, why is he here?
But you hadn't even directed like 300 or Sucker Punch at this point, right? Like, who the hell? Why do you have involvement in this?
Was he just like a producer at this point, or was
No!
he still
Let's-
really small?
Let's see.
I'm pretty
Let's see what
sure-
his credit is.
Point of view on this.
We weren't.
Okay, I guess we
Nothing.
just
He
get to
doesn't get
see-
one.
Yeah,
Nothing.
Zack
He just
Snyder
showed
just
up
fucking
because
nothing.
he's Zack Snyder. Great.
Featuring Zack
I wonder-
Snyder as
I wonder if
some
that was
guy.
part of the bonus features or if HiTop like edited that in.
Well, remember there's that
it-
very straw man
Go-
argument he had with fucking Snyder. He was like, "Oh, so why does Batman kill people?" And he edited him like arguing.
Yeah,
with
that was
Snyder.
that was cringy.
Yeah.
It was really bad.
I was originally I was showing Ninja that video, the Batman doesn't kill, thinking like, oh, it's gotta be like one of the good videos he's made, because I used to really like HiTop's content, and then I woke up, and it's like, oh
Yeah,
got woke
that video is
and
not
went
particularly
broke.
good at all.
No.
Well, it's because I've realized that if you want to do like a superhero that kills, you need to have a lot of context for it. Especially for somebody like Batman, since his one rule normally is that he won't kill. Like, the excuse
That
for-
wasn't established when Batman was first created, though. Like,
right.
if you go
No,
way,
he
way
killed-
back.
Right.
Yeah, in the 70s, 60s, he legit killed people in his like early origins. The stuff with like Bob
Yeah.
Kane, like he was a flat out murderer. He was
Yeah,
the
he carried
Punisher
a gun.
basically.
Yeah, he carried a gun and everything, and like comic people were like, "Don't do that, or we'll shut you down." That's basically why he doesn't kill people now.
And there's so many examples that just completely break the point. It's like you've got Batman: The Dark Knight Returns. It's like why do so many people gravitate towards that? Say that that's one of the better Batman stories ever written, and yet he kills people in that. It's like maybe
I thought
it's because he does not need to adhere to this 100%. Not every story needs to have him not kill.
I thought the only person he killed in that was the Joker, and that was what basically crossed
No,
the line.
the
and-
Joker killed himself inside of that. Actually, like he'd beaten him to the point, but the Joker was the one who killed himself by twisting his neck. Basically, I think he uses guns at the very least. I'm pretty sure he does kill people in that though. It's kind of one of those things like Batman Begins, where it's like the narrative never directly addresses it. It never like says like, hey, him doing XYZ kills people, but it's like I'm pretty sure he does. I'd have to read it again. It's been a while though.
I would need to read it again
I mean,
as well.
in Returns, he straps fucking dynamite to a guy and throws him, and
Oh,
then we see
God.
the explosion behind him.
Yep.
weren't making.
Fun scene.
Oh yeah, and also creates one of the most memeable faces of all time when he's just like the clenched teeth
Yeah.
smile.
Yep.
A movie necessarily to drive consumer products, even to the extent that
Bullshit. Okay, so it may not have been made to sell toys like the Schumacher
Dude.
movies, but the toys for the Dark Knight and the fucking Batman Begins were insane.
I was about to say, I was a kid around this time. I can attest to getting toys from this film. This film, like, maybe I didn't watch it early on that time, but like the toy market, it was huge when this movie came out.
Did you have
Especially
a?
something like a Tumblr.
Yeah, I was going to say, did you have a Tumblr? I had a Tumblr. Like that.
I had it was utility belt baby with the foldable batarangs. Like I got one
Yeah.
of those.
I had what the most hilarious thing. I had like a 12-inch Batman figure with like these like plastic things that would hold his cape open to make it look like he's gliding, but making him sit still and standing, it just makes him look ridiculous.
we weren't really making a Batman movie. We were making a
What? We weren't making a Batman movie.
We
features
weren't making a. He's gonna say some bull crap.
Hold
He's gonna
on,
be like, we were
yeah.
making a tragic, like Shakespearean tragedy with a superhero character. It's like,
let's-
shut up, guys.
Let's hear the-
You're sounding more pretentious than HiTop is gonna sound in a few seconds.
Let's hear what he had. The full sentence.
even to the extent that we weren't really making a Batman movie. We were making a Chris Nolan movie.
Okay, hold on. They already said that he only had 3 movies under his belt at this point. So what does that statement even fucking mean? He was basically nobody before The Dark Knight, before Batman
I
Begins.
think I know what
What?
it means.
Say
It means
it's like-
that this is Chris Nolan's autobiography.
I was about to say this is just like people if they'd said like The Last Jedi isn't really a Star Wars movie, it's a Ryan Johnson movie. It's like, dude, he made 3 movies essentially before he made The Last Jedi. It's not like it's Kubrick in the 90s where he has like this huge career with all these acclaimed films that everyone is like drawn to. It's like, no, dude. He was pretty early on. This was one of his earlier projects.
Yeah, like
Speaking of
the
Ryan
Prestige had been
Johnson, by the
out,
way, have you
right?
come back and watched Looper?
No, The Prestige was later.
Oh, okay. Oh yeah. Fucking Slur and I fucking watched. We watched Looper for like a good 45
I
minutes. We couldn't even get
I
through it.
rewatched it. I rewatched it recently. Like I like that movie a lot, but barely anything makes sense. All of the time travel is tismy. There's problems with the plot. It's like there's just this ripple effect with everything that's set up about the world building that ruins everything. And they try explaining it. They try to be like, nah, it makes sense XYZ, but then there's just lines from Abe that are just like, hey, none of it makes any sense. Just like pick one dude.
And then
Especially when the third act is directly like influenced by how the time travel works, so you can't screw that up.
yeah,
You can't just hand wave it like it's not important.
yeah, and Ryan Johnson tries to he says it's like Terminator. Like you're not supposed to think about the time travel when it's like he addresses the time travel so many times in Looper. The time travel is so fucking important. And even then the time like when you want to compare it to something like Terminator, in Terminator time travel is only mentioned like once in like the
It only
first
needs
one.
to really get the plot going. That's the nice
Yeah.
thing about it, because everything that's significant takes place in the past and everything's in the future. So it's like the mechanism to bring the Terminator to the past is time travel. And certain things about that do not make any sense, especially with the time paradox it's created by T1. But for the most part, like time travel doesn't directly influence those stories. It just gets them started. So it's like
Yeah.
that's what's nice about that. But like time travel in Looper makes things going, and you've got other crap like the rules with the whole body thing. I
Yeah.
love that. I saw that on a comment, man. Like the scene where old Joe's wife dies. It's like, hey, what about isn't the whole premise of the film based on the fact that like in the future it's next to impossible to dispose of a body? And the guy replied to him with, when you watch it again, there's a ton of stuff that you can nitpick about it, but the movie's still really good. I'm like, dude,
It's like, no,
that is not a
stop it.
nitpick. That is the catalyst for old Joe's motivations in that film. The primary antagonist, his motivations are built on something that should not be possible in the world.
It's so fucking dumb. I remember when Slur and we were trying to tell a friend how much this doesn't make sense, and at one point our friend just went I don't care, and it's like, oh, okay, it's good to just dismiss argument by just saying that you don't care. Thanks.
The argument wasn't that you should care, it's that it's broken. The fact
Yeah.
that you care or not is irrelevant.
Yeah, that's why that got so annoying. Oh. HiTop, what do you have? Are you gonna start talking soon, HiTop?
Here he is.
Yeah, I was going to say that. It's almost like Cool Cat.
2-minute
It
intro. I'm like,
is-
wow.
Yeah, so 10% of the video is fucking behind the scenes.
Yeah,
Jesus.
prelude. That's like, yeah. I would not recommend that, man. I would, like for an intro, I get the idea of having some bonus features in there to help out, but just trim it down, dude. You did not need all of that at all. You
Hell.
could have used
Or he could have
20 seconds.
interspersed it between his other arguments, as
Oh
the
wait,
video keeps going.
I'm pretty sure he's gonna do that throughout the video. Why do you think this video is 21 minutes long? I'm pretty sure he throws in a bunch of bonus features to sound smart.
And also, I hate to shatter everyone's spirits this early, but this is part 1.
Are we watching both
how many?
parts?
Yes, they're both.
Oh boy.
Oh boy, buckle in, lads.
Great.
What was the? Oh, I had a whole. So with my my first video, when I'm gonna come back to make this analysis of Last of Us 2, I'm probably going to have a 20-second thing where I basically pop in and examine my new animated body, because I used to show my face a lot, and now I'm gonna have this whole avatar thing. So it's then after that goes on, and then immediately start talking about The Last of Us 2. Not gonna drag on like this. This is fucking ridiculous. It's insane.
Let's pretend you don't read comic books, never picked one up in your life. You're a dude who only watches movies. It's not.
So one of us probably, if any of us, like Slayer, you.
I
must
don't
not
read many comics. I've read a
Oh.
few.
So you're the
I've read a
closest.
decent bit of comics.
I haven't read I haven't read a modern comic book. I reread things like Kingdom Come and let's see, Long Halloween, which is what inspired The Dark Knight.
That is such a good book.
Yeah,
I
Long
love
Halloween is
The
so
Long
fucking
Halloween
good.
to death.
What about you, Ninja? Do you read comic books? Do you?
I do. Not any. The modern stuff has definitely gone downhill
What do you
compared to the older stuff, but
What you mean you don't want to see the adventures of Snowflake in safe space?
Not Stargirl.
internet gas.
1966. Batman is a zany cartoon
Okay.
character that kids love. He has a quirky sidekick and punches clouds.
Fuck off, HiTop. You weren't even around. You never.
Why do you
watched
need
this
this
shit.
for Batman? Are we really doing this? Are we really doing? Hey, to talk about Batman Begins, we need to talk about Batman's origin, and that brings us to 1966.
Yeah,
Like, dude,
we're going all the way to the beginning.
Is this a video about Batman Begins or the history of Batman? Because whatever, just keep going.
It's 1989, and Batman.
Hey, Batman started in 1966, and then 1989 happened. It's like, really? Nothing
That
happened
was
in
a quick
between.
jump. Yeah, that was.
Wow,
that was-
cool.
glad we
Batman
got
went
caught up.
dark for a long time.
Batman
Jeez.
90s. By this,
went on for a while.
I'm pretty sure by this point we were out of the Silver Age and we were pretty much getting into the Bronze. Not the. Yeah, the Bronze
You're
Age.
telling me there was
comics.
no You're telling me there were no Batman media in 1970 or the early 80s. There was nothing. There's no way that's true.
Bunch of animated shows.
Do better research. You got to be kidding me.
The pulp figure of the night, the symbol of darkness, the cutting edge of
What
fucking
is this
cool.
fucking voice thing he's doing?
I don't know, but I
Pretentiousness
can't
to
hear
make
him.
him look retro. He's like, hey, this is back in the 89 or the 60s, so I sound like I'm in the 60s. It's like, dude, don't do that. Just have your audio be consistent, dude.
Have
This
you
doesn't make
listened
you
to music
clever.
from the 60s? They had good microphones. It's okay. You can talk normal.
I'm Batman. It's 1992, and Batman is dark. Too dark.
What?
Are you kidding me? He wasn't dark in 89? He wasn't too dark?
He hung the Joker.
What the hell are you talking about?
He punches abused, psychotic animal lovers in the face without ever really growing or evolving. But more importantly, he doesn't sell McDonald's toys, and little Timmy's mom is mad.
Took her claws and played
So
that is true. That's
Can-
like
can
why
we-
Tim Burton got kicked the bucket is because the
the
studio
marketing,
found his
yeah.
films too scary. Like they didn't fit in. They wanted like better marketing campaigns, and there were people who were just like, "This is scary, dude. My kids don't like
They're
it."
the ones who went to Tim Burton, who is basically known for that specific. Like Tim Burton only has one note. He plays that one note very well, but that's all he does.
Oh yeah, like if
And
you
only
hire
things
Tim
that are
Burton, you should know what you're
happening.
getting in for. And like unless you're Disney and want to castrate him like they did with Dumbo, it's like back in the 90s that didn't happen, and he made the films that he wanted to make. So you knew what you were getting in for if you hired him.
I can't believe you just reminded
Also, this
me
kid
that
is a bitch. That movie was my favorite when I was a kid, specifically because it was so fucking dark and twisted.
What is this weird phenomenon where these people, you know the type I'm talking about.
What do you mean,
They
the
always
people?
feel the need to defend the villains. Like, oh, they're victims of abuse and they're animal lovers. So the fact that Batman punches them is bad. It's like, you realize this is the motherfucking antagonist, right? You get that?
I'm just uncomfortable calling the Penguin a furry.
I mean, Batman's a furry.
They're all furries.
tech toe on a man's face with all the McDonald's toys. It's making it sound like it is for kids, and it's not.
It's 19.
Oh, fuck off, you fucking.
What are you doing, HiTop? Like I don't understand why we need this. Why do we need this?
It's like Intro 2.0, man.
It is.
Like he did the
and it's like,
bloopers or backgrounds intro, and now he's got to do his
Oh,
intro before
oh
he
my
actually
God.
tells us
No,
what his fucking point is.
no, I get it. This entire video is an intro. It's an intro for his part 2. Like this is just the prelude. This is the history. So
Oh,
it's an intro video.
It's like the Patrick Willems thing about Star Wars, where he's like, "What makes good Star Wars?" and then doesn't spend the whole 20 minutes talking about
That's
it. Then makes a
exactly
part
what that
2.
is. He's like, let's go over the history of Star Wars, and he just skips around. He barely talks about anything. And it's like, dude, if you're going to try to address the history of an entire character, you can't just do this crap where you look up the most simplistic surface level crap and throw it together and say, hey, Batman in 66, then Batman 89. It's like, that's not how it works, dude. And you know it. You just didn't want to put the research in because you don't care about making videos.
Maybe that's how it was outlined on Wikipedia. Because this really feels like he's running down like a bullet list, you know? Like,
Dude, I bet even I could. I could probably fucking with a rant probably be more descriptive of this timeline than he's doing with his script. That's how shit this
Yeah, but can you make your audio sound crappy like it was from a radio in the 90s? Can you do that?
So in 1966, they had this goofy version of fucking Batman, and then in 89 he punched people and fucking blew them up.
The resemblance is uncanny.
Oh no, my secret identity has been revealed. Fucking the Converse just come on.
1995. And Batman is insane. He's an acid trip, the good kind. He's colorful, brooding, and super into rubber. So is Nicole Kidman.
Black rubber.
He's back on top. It's 1990.
I'm gonna say it. I like Batman Forever more than Batman and Robin. It's just for the sheer ridiculousness of Tommy Lee Jones, a normally stoic and serious actor, being fucking Two-Face. It is the most hilarious thing I've ever seen in my life.
Tommy Lee Jones and Jim Carrey trying to work off of each other and both trying to out crazy each other is a lot of fun to watch.
Yeah.
Most of the movie is Tism though.
Yes, it's very Tism. I honestly say like Arnold is a good Mr. Freeze, only in the sense of he's just fun to watch. But the puns and just how he just acts in general. The fact that I'm Mr. Snow plays in his lair and he makes his henchmen fucking sing along to it.
The Bane we got in Dark Knight Rises feels like he belongs in that movie with a better costume.
Bomb.
87, and Batman is a joke.
Hi, Freeze. I'm Batman.
He sells a lot of toys.
Keep it more family friendly, more kid friendly, and a word I had never heard before, more toyetic.
But critics and moviegoers can't seem to get
because it's not a fucking word.
So here's the thing: Joel Schumacher even apologized for Batman and Robin, which is the most hilarious thing in the world. He's like, "Okay, I'm sorry, I made this fucking movie."
Yeah,
I
no,
never
yeah,
understood why filmmakers do that. Spielberg did that with Temple of Doom. It's like, I'm sorry. It's like, dude, it's a movie. Bad movies, it's like it doesn't matter if they were bad or how people reacted. You don't need to apologize for making a film. You made the movie that you wanted to make at the time, dude.
I didn't
Just
know he
embrace.
I didn't know he apologized for what is subjectively my favorite Indiana Jones film. That's.
I'm pretty sure he did. It's
weird
it's
you would
sad.
apologize for that, but not Crystal Skull, which is the one that we all pretend doesn't exist.
Yeah, I will. What do you mean Indiana Jones gets in a refrigerator? I've heard no such thing. What are you talking about?
No. Now it's Indiana LaBeouf.
No, now it's gonna be fucking Daisy
Oh
Ridley
wait,
wearing
yeah,
a fucking hat.
he got canceled, so now it's got to be somebody else.
Get behind something this goofy, this sexy, and this out there.
She wants to kill you, dick.
It's
That's an odd choice of combination of words to describe that film.
Also, I'll give Batman and Robin a compliment. We had this whole conversation while we were watching Begins, Dark Knight, and Dark Knight Rises. Clooney, in my opinion, has the best Bruce. Because
He can play Bruce Wayne. That's the thing. He just
Yeah.
cannot, like, to save his life, play Batman. He's a horrible person to play that.
Yeah.
That's the trouble when casting Batman is you need someone who can play both sides.
Yeah,
You need someone who can play Batman and Bruce, and those don't always mix. Those don't always work.
It's why I would love to see Carl Urban be Batman, but the problem is he'd be such a shit Bruce Wayne.
Yeah.
Because
Unless they actually just had two people who looked fairly similar have one play one and the other play the other?
Oh, I was just gonna make the joke.
So you
of
could
like,
just design the suit with like a mask or a covering that's fully enclosed and kind of do the Mandalorian thing where it's not actually Pedro Pascal in the suit. You know, he just does the voice basically.
well, I was gonna make a joke, or you just make you just move Gotham to Australia. Then he'll just sound like everyone else.
There you go.
And Batman is dead in the most poetic way possible. Warner fought so hard to get Batman taken seriously, to get Batman to the point where the world worshipped him, recognized him as the
Never
dark.
explored that statement. Dead in the most poetic way possible. What the fuck does that mean?
I'll say, what the fuck happened in 2000 that made
Nothing.
him die?
Apparently, according to him,
Dark symbol of justice that comic readers knew he could be, and they succeeded. But then, as all wonderful and wonderfully original things tend to do, the franchise got corrupted by greed. The studio
No, fuck off. There's the idea that like Burton had like none of this, like that he basically had no studio stuff. Fucking Burton wanted Prince in, so they got Prince. Like that's the
I
thing.
hate when people say that. They're like, the marketing destroyed the movie. Like it started just becoming about toys. It's like, dude, movies like this, they have more. They can make it good and make it so that it sells toys. It's not like you can't blame the toy makers for taking advantage of the market, dude. It's not the reason that the movies got bad.
RoboCop
It's
had
also
a
such
fucking
a
kids
weird
show.
thing.
Let's not forget that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
what do you think about Star Wars, man? Like those movies are toy central, and it's like those movies didn't get bad recently or with the prequels just because of the toys that they made.
Yeah, it's because they were smart with their toys. Unlike fucking Disney nowadays, where they're just like, "Oh, what Baby Yoda's gonna be popular?" Shit.
why isn't anyone buying these fucking Rose Tico action figures?
Why are they spending so much on Baby Yoda toys? What's a Baby
But
Yoda?
also, again, this Batman was a franchise before the movie. That's why Warner Brothers picked it up to make a movie out of it.
Yes.
So it's a sort of weird argument to be like, oh, this multi-million production by Warner Brothers used to be about the art, man. No, it fucking didn't.
Oh my god.
execs sacrificed creative visions for voluptuous product sales.
And Batman was once again a zany
Cartoon character.
Pick a voice.
So how in the shit did Batman Begins get made? How did we go from
Because someone had a new idea, dude. It was a while after Batman and Robin, and someone was like, "Hey, let's make a grounded Batman movie."
Oh.
Why did you spend 3 minutes wasting your time with this video rather than talking about what's going on? What are we doing here? I don't understand this. If this is supposed to be just like the bonus features, you've done a horrible job making this sound relevant.
I wish I had fucking found the clip, but Lindsay Ellis talks about like how 9/11 impacted Batman, and it's the reason why Batman was all dark and gritty. I couldn't. It was like in her Independence Day versus War of the Worlds video, and I couldn't for the life of me find it.
I think you mentioned that to us before, and we were just like, no, there's been plenty of dark and gritty Batman
Right.
before that. Dark and gritty superhero shit
Right,
before that as well.
And I've conceded that. It's like I just wish I found the clip so that I just, because I reference these things, and I kind of have that thing where it's like I'll reference it, and then I'm like, fuck, now I need to actually find it to make sure I even said the right thing, and I didn't just accidentally paraphrase the ever-loving hell out of it.
I mean, the big impact I think it would have made is just we become more culturally fascinated with the whole idea of the enemy within. It's like the enemy we can't really see, that kind of thing. Because that's just what was happening in our world.
Right.
But beyond that, I don't think so.
Mm.
This
Jesus, that was fucking loud.
in 7 years? How did we go from a greedy commercial cash-grabbing machine to the unique perspective of an artist? A perspective that is still being emulated by Hollywood today. A unique take on the character that would raise the bar not just for the Batman.
I don't know. How did we do that? Probably because someone had an idea. Dude, this is not like this is anything revolutionary, dude. The Batman that was directed by Matt Reeves, that just started from an idea. They're like, let's make a more detective, noir-based, Chinatown-influenced Batman movie.
Yeah,
it's like, there you go. Someone has an idea. Ideas are cheap. Execution is everything.
Mm-hmm. Like,
What
if
are
you.
you?
Oh, this is. Also,
I also don't know where he's getting the idea that the franchise was dead. It's just in the interim for those 7 years they were focusing more on the animated shit.
I was going to say
Yeah.
Batman the Animated Series, Superman the Animated Series, and then
When
fucking
did,
Justice League.
When did Mask of the Phantasm come out? Because that was a big one.
Let's take a
90s, I think. Late 90s,
that was
97.
Batman Mask of the 1993.
Oh wow, that was actually pretty early on.
Yeah. One of the best Batman films.
It's very good stuff.
Okay, so Batman Begins is basically, it's not a one-to-one adaptation of Year One, but it's got a lot of key notes from it.
You can see the influences. That's the thing. Is it's
Yeah.
like it's different. Like I see more of the Long Halloween and the Dark Knight, but there's clearly a lot that went into influence it instead of this.
Yeah, you can tell the people that made it might have actually picked up a comic book and read a few things.
Okay, I will. Yeah, you could say that, but at the same time, Batman directors have a tendency to only pick up like 2 or 3 comics, which are normally the Dark Knight Returns, The Killing Joke, and Long Halloween. Those are normally the ones that, like, if you're making a Batman movie, these are the ones you instantly pick up. Which is, I feel like it's a little sad. Meanwhile, Marvel is, like, reading, like, 1,700 comics for, like, Thor Ragnarok. Like, they do a bit of mix and matching, which can either work in its favor or against it. Hence why I didn't like Ragnarok that much. Because the movie should have just been Planet Hulk. But then, I don't know. Like, I'm trying to remember. So, with things like Dark Knight Rises, it's like they took like bits from Nightfall, but like twisted them enough to the point that it looked like its own thing, really, even though it missed a lot of the context of why those moments made a lot of what made them so great in the first place, like the breaking the bat.
Well, let's just analyze what he said, right? So he's saying that this style was revolutionary and unique and all that it's still being mimicked in Hollywood today. Is it though?
I mean,
not really.
I mean, in terms of like getting a gritty, realistic Batman, I guess we could kind of be getting that from Robert Pattinson's Batman.
No. You're zooming in too far.
Okay, sorry.
Pull the lens back a little bit.
Okay.
Just gritty, realistic superhero movie.
Okay.
Zack
We're
Snyder's
not really.
Man of Steel, maybe.
Maybe, but
Man
I
of
wouldn't
Steel
really
was
say that
after.
that's aping off of the Batman trilogy.
No, yeah. In fact, one could argue that. One could argue that that having Nolan's name attached to it is what kind of got Man of Steel even made, despite the fact that Nolan was just an advisor for Snyder.
But my point is, like, you can't point to a shitload of examples. It's not like every studio out there started racing to do this.
No.
Mm-hmm.
Franchise, not just for the superhero movie, but for blockbuster filmmaking as a whole.
What's with this like way of talking? Am I the only one that's noticing that he talks a lot, like with a lot of swooping type wording? Like he like elongates a lot of his words.
So many video essayists do this, man. It's just like delivery.
I've never seen.
It's kind of hidden. It's kind of hit or miss. Like The Closer Look does the same type of thing, where it's like it'll be like, Christopher Nolan's Batman Begins marked an incredible moment in the filmmaking industry. And it's just like sometimes it comes across as just like, dude, you're trying too hard. You don't need to be doing this.
See, the only video essayist voice that I knew was the very close and yet quite personal volume as I'm right in your ear and demonstrating my points of Christopher Nolan's Batman. And I almost
Jonathan McIntosh does that all the time.
Yeah,
and it's just like,
I almost pulled a Game Maker's Toolkit as we analyze Mario's jump.
Starts with that artist.
No.
Wait, what the hell was that?
Oh, jeez. Oh, he's gonna have an ad, isn't he? Please tell me.
What's the timestamp?
Oh God.
Are we skipping, or are we just going?
4 minutes?
Yeah,
No, we do not skip.
Enough to get through.
We press on. We watch it all.
Fair enough.
Let's see his sponsorship for ExpressVPN in his 4-minute worthless intro to his worthless video. HiTop. don't do this. Don't 6 minutes before you start talking about the bloody film.
Fair enough. I think this is actually our first video where we had somebody that has legit ad, isn't it, guys? Everybody else we've watched is mainly.
Pretty sure we've done one before. I think we just skipped it.
Was it? We've done Jim Sterling. We've done Movie Bob. We've done
Brown Table.
No, we didn't put Brown Table on the stream. That was just our little warm up.
All right.
Let's see. Sawyer didn't have an ad. No, I think it's the first time we've had somebody that it's had a legit ad.
People we cover really small channels because
Well, yeah, because we're not
no matter
trying
who
to.
we cover, we're always punching up because
Yeah. So I take it the policy. So it's Evan. You're the most experienced out of all of us. I take it we just soldier on and don't hit the skip button.
I'm a fan of just soldiering on. I'm just like, whatever, dude. This is your video. You want to put ExpressVPN in? Like, sure. Just
all right.
Ugh.
Do you need when you get hacked by someone filled with greed?
Eddie Nigma from our lackluster Robin fan film. I killed you like I killed the dreams of a sequel.
What the fuck?
He's plugging his own fan film in the middle of his ExpressVPN ad in the middle of his 7-minute intro to this video. HiTop.
Ninja hold me. I am a broken man.
Something about redrafting on Twitter. This is why you redraft and you get friends to go over this crap. Oh,
Ninja hold me. I am now a broken man. I just saw that. I was like, oh, you're advertising your own fucking fan film. Middle of your ad.
Your IP address, hacked into your computer, stole your credit card information, threw you into crippling debt, and interrupted your shitty video.
Damn, that really sucks.
You chose to do that, you idiot.
I mean, your words, not mine, buddy.
On you. It's like you're the one who sold yourself to NordVPN or whatever the hell. You chose to do this, buddy. Don't act like you're a victim.
This is so cringe that I'm like almost thinking about just hiding under my desk and just be like, all right, sooner or later it'll be over.
Answer the damn riddle.
ExpressVPN.
Correct. Good boy. Without a VPN, you might as well be as dumb as that Batman. Your internet service providers are schemers, so why leave it up to luck? They can access all of your...
As he said the word correct, I heard a bunch of cheering. Was that in the video or was that outside my window?
I can't tell anymore.
I hope it was outside your window. It's like somebody in Ireland is just like, oh, you're watching HiTop?
No, I think it's just some of my neighbors are like, they're having a bit of a get together to watch some sports ball game or something. I don't know.
Oh, and all this COVID stuff? How shameful.
God, they're neighbors. They're fucking over at each other's houses anyway. So they're already exposed. So, like, what are they going to do? Be more exposed?
browsing data and sell it for a quick buck. ExpressVPN has the cure by keeping your data ultra secure. All it takes is a little click, you worthless prick.
And I'm sure my viewers would agree. Now, can you let me free?
One more thing.
Is that what he thinks
yeah, that's cool. You just like you act like you were playing a character there to make it look like this wasn't your video. This is not entertaining, dude. This is like he's trying to frame this. He's trying to like put this all together like this is like all cool and film-like and going over the history. It's like, dude, the pacing of this has been a slog.
You ever been punched in the gut by cringe? That's what this feels like. It's like that scene in Blazing Saddles where the old lady's getting punched in the stomach. It's a fucking ad.
I mean, when you said being punched in the gut with cringe, I immediately just thought of covering Nostalgia Critic again. So, you know.
Oh god, I forgot we covered Nostalgia Critic. Fucking Christmas special.
Yeah.
Like a king. Want to watch The Dark Knight any night? It isn't on the US Netflix, but with this simple fix, ExpressVPN can unlock blocked streaming.
The digital version or get the Blu-ray, dude. If you're relying on it to be on Netflix, purchase more movies, people. You don't need to use VPNs to get it, or just use different streaming services.
I was gonna say we have I bought 6 months of HBO Max. It's how we watch the Nolan trilogy because all of DC is on there.
Content in a GIF. See ya, chump.
Sorry about that, guys. Sometimes my insecurities manifest themselves as weird incel takes on fictional Batman villains, but the moral of the story here is that you...
Wait, hold on. A what take?
What? Hold on.
We're now a quarter of the way into this video, by the
can't
way.
believe I'm yeah,
and
we're...
he said literally nothing.
I'm so fucking like, oh.
In a GIF. See ya.
This whole fucking ad is his idea of what if the Riddler was an incel, and this is what he came out with. It's a weird premise with a weirder execution. What the fuck was he doing?
Jump.
Sorry about that, guys. Sometimes my insecurities manifest themselves as weird incel takes on fictional Batman villains, but the moral of the story here is that you can get 3 months...
Okay, you don't need to say fictional Batman villains when Batman in and of itself is a fictional character. That's
He's
very
a fictional
odd.
character with real villains.
What? I mean, Iron Man has a realistic villain. It's called alcoholism.
Of ExpressVPN for free by clicking the link in the description box below. That's expressvpn.com/HiTopFilm.
I'm convinced
Keep
he
your
doesn't actually know what an incel is.
information secure.
Is this just going to be the rest of the video now?
I don't.
It's been going on for like 90 seconds.
Watch whatever you want with ease with ExpressVPN. You got this guy, Christopher Edward Nolan. Chris loves stories. He went to school.
Oh, that
for
was
English.
a really good transition there. It's like, hey, ExpressVPN, you got this guy, Christopher Nolan. It's like, wow, great job. A+ video, I say there, HiTop.
Literature.
It looks like he's drawing a penis.
It does.
Thanks.
I gotta find my way to entertain myself because HiTop is not doing a good job.
ExpressVPN. You got this guy, Christopher Edward Nolan. He draws dicks. Anyways,
sweet.
Batman.
Let's give him a Batman film. He draws a really good dick.
Cool. But what's even cooler is that when he was just 27 years old, he wrote, directed, shot, and edited his first feature film.
Oh, now we're going into Christopher Nolan's entire filmography. Cool. Now we're going to talk about Following and Memento and Insomnia and how it built to him doing Batman Begins. This is good, dude. I keep going over this. Keep going over everything that happened before Batman Begins in your Batman Begins video, I say.
Can't wait for part 2 when we get a full filmography for
He just goes into everything that happened after Batman Begins. That's all these videos are. These videos are everything but Batman Begins.
I have a list of ideas on my whiteboard of like people we cover for Y.A.R.P possibly, and one of those ideas was HiTop, and now I'm just like, why did I put that there? Why is this why? I regret this immediately.
It's not easy. Following, the budget was a minuscule $6,000. Following ended up making $48,482. There is a Batman symbol in Following. The modest success of Following allowed.
Okay, and fucking what? Like, that doesn't mean a damn thing.
About Following, dude. Please just
Honestly,
get on to
the only one of his 3 movies I had even heard of that he did before Batman Begins was Memento. That's it. I mean, I'm glad he's educating us about Christopher Nolan's filmography.
Are you though?
No.
Okay.
Allowed Nolan to make Memento. The budget was $9 million. It made $39.7 million and was nominated.
I haven't seen Memento. How is it?
I haven't
It's
seen
really
it either.
great once.
I've only seen it once a long time ago. I remember it being decent.
Okay.
It's good. It's just it's a gimmicky movie. The whole thing is it's basically being told like backwards, and your main character is like an amnesiac, and he leaves his information on his body in like tattoos.
Oh. All right.
So he's piecing together things in like reverse orders. So it's great to watch like one time as kind of, oh, hey, okay, that's interesting, but that's really all it has. Is it's a gimmicky thing.
Good gimmick, but still.
You guys ready to learn how much Insomnia made? Let's see how much what the budget for Insomnia was and how much money it made. It'll be great.
All right, let's
I
find
can't
out.
wait for how much this will tell me about Batman.
2 Academy Awards. The year is 2001. Chris's second film is nominated for 2 Academy Awards. Batman and Robin had come out 4 years prior.
Okay, what is your fucking point, HiTop?
We're almost a third into the video.
He's just listing facts.
He really is. He's just saying X happened, X happened, X happened, X happened.
By the year
People who can
2000,
talk. people who talk about history can make things interesting. They can like illustrate some kind of a narrative or talk about the facts in an interesting way. Like Sean's video on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. That was good stuff. It was all historic based. It was all based on what happened factually, but he made it interesting. You can do that. You don't just have to be like, this movie came out, this movie made this much money. Anyway, let's get to Insomnia. It's like, wow, that is so dull and boring and pointless to put in this video.
And it almost makes you question your sanity of like, what is going on, and why am I on this crazy train? Because he's just not saying anything. Like, we're watching a Batman video, and he's only mentioned like the previous incarnations of Batman, and other than that,
I think he sat down to write the script, started doing the intro, and just never stopped. And then that was just a video by itself.
We get to like the end of part 2. So about Batman Begins, and we're like,
While the claim of Memento allowed Nolan to make Insomnia, it was by far his most Hollywood film with an A-list cast and a budget of $46 million. It made 113.8.
Oh, I love it. Thank you. Thank you for telling me how much money Insomnia made. That's really important to your video on Batman Begins.
Evan, I didn't know you could read the future.
What was the title of this video?
In me.
You just tell us the winning lottery numbers. Is Ryan Johnson still alive? It just starts doing the ritual. The answer is yes. Damn it!
$8 million at the box office. The year is 2002. That same year, Darren Aronofsky's adaptation of Batman Year One was canceled. The screenplay was written by Aronofsky and Frank Miller and would have starred Joaquin Phoenix. You can read it on.
What?
Okay, sure. I would have seen that. That would have probably been interesting, but it got canceled.
Well,
kind of makes it irrelevant.
I was going to say, is it weird how like the best Fantastic Four film we'll ever get was the canceled one?
Yeah. He's talking about a film that never existed.
Yeah.
And those Fantastic Four movies fucking upset me, man, because that was like one of my childhood favorite superhero franchises. Especially Doctor Doom was my favorite villain, and the only iteration I've ever gotten of him was shit.
How do you think I feel now since I've now been thoroughly woken up on how shit Spider-Man 2 is? Because Spider-Man's my favorite hero, and Doc Ock was my favorite villain. It's like, oh.
There's a lot about that movie to like. It's just the plot falls apart when you look at it too close.
Yeah, but I was always like looking like closely at this kind of stuff, even as a kid. So, and this just apparently went through under the radar.
Online. In fact, there have been an overwhelming number of canceled Batman projects by 2002. Batman Unchained, the Schumacher-directed sequel to Batman and Robin that would have brought back Nicholson, DeVito, Pfeiffer, and introduced us to the Scarecrow played by Nick Cage. Speaking of...
That is something I would want to watch.
Oh, Jesus. Okay, hold on.
Get on with that.
Nick Cage as Scarecrow. I have to fight every nerve in my body to be like, okay, I kind of want this film now.
Please say something nonsensical and offensive, HiTop. Because all you're doing right now is just going over the history in the most generic and pretentious way imaginable.
Scarecrow, we got Batman.
That this video is about how Batman Begins redefined the icon, and we still haven't even started building up to how that is the case.
It's almost shown that the icon is a bit flexible. It's almost as if this character has existed for like 50 plus fucking years, and that he's gone through various versions from the Golden Age to the Silver Age to the Bronze Age to modern comic books and like everything in the New 52. Every incarnation of film and cartoon, it's almost as if the icon is never one static thing.
Can we just call the current age like the shit age?
It's the cringe age.
Oh, okay. That works.
Yeah, especially since the I'm Not Starfire lady is now writing for Batman. And I was about to, like a couple days ago, I was actually trying to look for a modern Batman comic to see if he was still good. And now I'm scared.
The modern Batman comic is the one where he's in school in Chinese and shit.
What?
That's the one you want to go.
Wait, what? When did that happen?
Have you not been following Gotham High, the hot new fucking comic series?
No, what the fuck are you talking about?
Alfred is Chinese and gay.
You seriously don't know anything about Gotham High?
Dude,
No.
look up Jay Longbone and her fucking the EFAP boys read Gotham High. It's amazing.
It's absolutely fucking brilliant. But yeah, Gotham High that's kind of your current iteration of Batman, and it's tisn't all hell. It's truly cringe to the point of art.
So do I cut my wrists or do I just blow my fucking brains out?
If you're really skilled, you can do both.
Slip.
Night, a sequel, reboot, both, to Batman and Robin, where Bruce is a depressed hermit who has put down the cape and cowl after realizing that waving around a Bat credit card does not strike terror into the hearts of criminals like it used to. Speaking of depressed, I'm really depressed.
Did that credit card say goth card in the corner?
Oh, now let's talk about Batman Beyond and the Batman the Animated Series, and then all the comics and everything, just everything really.
Hold on, you guys missed how he just went, I'm really depressed.
No, that's fine. Look, it says goth card.
Credit.
Yeah. Good through forever. Jeez, this movie. Whatever.
Goth card. Like, I know that's supposed to be short for Gotham, but that's not how it comes across.
I was gonna say, when
It's
I
the
was
credit
much
card
younger
specifically
and
for
bigger, I
Gotham.
had a goth card.
Not Gotham, for goth people.
Yeah, it's fucking Hot Topic, the credit card.
Oh.
The card does not strike terror into the hearts of criminals like it used to. Speaking of depressed, I'm really depressed because Paul.
I know it's meant to be funny, but it
I'm like,
it doesn't.
I'm kind of like falling apart over here just because of how random this is. So the like him just going, I'm really depressed. It's just like, what the fuck?
You don't get to squirm away. You did this.
We're literally a third into his video, and this is he's just going over the history in the most flat and flaccid way.
I thought this would just be him just saying like, oh, Batman Begins is so great. It's just the best film ever. You guys, it's got no problems whatsoever. And we were gonna be like, and then dissect it like crazy.
Maybe he'll get there in like the second half of this video, and then we'll get more in part two. I'm really hoping this part one is not entirely in intro, because I really am starting to get those concerns.
Written live-action Batman Beyond script was shelved in 2001. Speaking of 2001, add 1 to 2001, and you know what you got? You got 2002. The same year, Andrew Kevin Walker and Akiva
Illuminati
had a script
type thing going on. He's gonna be like, if you add 1 to 2 and then subtract that and then flip the numbers together, you get the Illuminati. Is that what we're doing now?
All you needed was a fucking X-Files theme.
At least this video is going by fast because he isn't saying anything, you know? Maybe we'll get through. He'll never talk about Batman Begins and we can go home.
Honestly, it's like most of the shit that was actually being said was in those first couple of minutes when it was everybody but HiTop talking.
Exactly.
A Batman v Superman film starring Colin Farrell and Jude Law where Batman's wife gets killed by a joke.
What the fuck is with that
For his
image?
status confirmed.
That's Rouge the Bat from the Sonic.
Well, yes, I know what
funny,
Rouge
man.
the Bat is. I'm just
It's
like,
funny. He's laughing. What's wrong with you? You can't take a joke.
Yeah. Why do you have
Eerie
to?
hissing.
Why do you have to be so mean?
Why do I have to hate art?
Joker B. Speaking of B's, the point of this BS rant is to say for whatever reason, none of those projects came to be. For whatever reason,
Yeah, well, why didn't you just say that? Literally, why didn't you just say that?
Why did you need a rant to say
You
that?
wasted so much
Why you
time
bring them
talking about Batman movies that never were. You just should have said that they didn't exist.
Yeah, you could have said like, hey, there were a lot of different attempts to try to revive the franchise that just never made it off the ground. That on its own could be an interesting statement, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, and most of them failed because the animated series was already successful. That's where they were putting their focus. Warner Brothers weren't pursuing those Batman projects while they had active Batman projects.
Yeah. Justice League Unlimited was going on right now.
This young filmmaker with 3 movies under his belt. They decided to give this man full support and $150 million, all because of a 15-minute pitch. I can't say I know why. Maybe it was the fact that all his movies had made money. Maybe it was the fact that by the time he was 30, he had a film that was nominated for 2 Academy Awards. Or maybe it was the damn color of his goddamn tie he wore that day. What matters is that Warner...
Or he just pitched a really good idea.
Was just to build up as to a theory why Christopher Nolan was given the job.
Yep.
Is that what we're doing?
Yes, but I don't know what all the Bat history was for then.
To give
Video is so confusing.
context. Don't you need context, Ninja?
That's not what he did.
Warner trusted this man to reset the entire franchise. They decided to trust Christopher Nolan in redefining Batman. And the rest is history. You get it, I get it, we get it, my dog gets it. Good joke, everybody laugh. Batman Begins is damn good. If you expected me to come out with a hot take, there is none to be had. It's not underrated, it's perfectly rated. It's not overlooked. People love and value this movie. There is no hyperbole when I say that every big budget studio movie made after Batman Begins is in some way influenced, for better or worse, by Batman Begins.
Okay, hold on. Please fucking tell me how Godzilla, King of the Monsters, was influenced by Batman Begins. Fuck right off.
Every single one? That's a huge statement.
Here's where I can kind of see it. RoboCop. Well, that was the only film because they fucking painted him. The RoboCop remake where they're like paint him black and like they tried to like PG-13 the hell out of it because like.
Except, yeah, that movie was also massively unsuccessful on account of it being shit.
Yeah, it was shit, and it was like people say that it was trying to rip
That's
off
not-
that it was trying to rip off Nolan.
No. He's reaching hard.
He's reaching hard and still not getting there.
Yeah.
I wrote a fucking research paper on this in high school. Man of Steel tried to be Batman Begins. The Amazing Spider.
High school, where the
That was
standards
probably
being
bad.
set
Dude.
were
You
not
probably
very
just talked
high.
about the history and didn't go over anything. High school writing teachers do not have very high standards. If you just follow the structures and you can get good grades, you're one of those people, HiTop. Redraft your scripts, for the love of God.
Here in secondary school for honors level English, you just need to be able to demonstrate that you can structure an essay. It doesn't really matter what points you're making because that's what you're being graded on. Structure.
Yeah, people from writing classes, they don't really judge on content for the most part. In my experience, they mainly judge on structure. So if you do that, you can just have a bunch of flaccid bull crap and just make it look right, make the wordings enough, and then the professors will just be fine with it.
Yeah,
And incidentally, this video would fucking fail because it's structured like an absolute retard.
Honestly, I want to fucking look at one of my college essays because I tried to compare YouTube's copyright bullshit to like an episode of The Simpsons because, the Simpsons part, that was mandatory. The college professor was like, you have to relate something to this. And I was like, it was the Barbie one, the Malibu Stacy one, and when Lisa creates her own toy line. I tried comparing that to like YouTube's copyright bullshit at the time. And I don't know if I just didn't structure it very well or if I just wasn't explaining my point very well, but I very much failed that paper.
Spider-Man tried to be Batman Begins. Fucking Tarzan tried to be Batman Begins.
What?
Is he just going off the
Citation
aesthetic of
needed.
like that desaturated color palette? Because pretty much everything before and after Batman Begins was doing that.
Oh, I think that's... hold on. That might be why some people... like critics at the time were comparing them to Nolan, probably because of the color palette, and it's like there's more to it than that. So that
That's
just makes
such
the
a
people
fucking shallow reason.
Yeah, the more you think about it, it's like that's very shallow.
Execs with those deep pockets are still trying to crack why this film worked, why the entire Dark Knight trilogy worked, but it's always been pretty simple.
So why did you say that while showing a clip from Batman, not from The Dark Knight Rises, a film that everyone with a brain says is monumentally the worst
it's good.
of the film.
Wait for his video to come out. He's gonna prove why it's good. Just gotta wait.
I will fucking be here for that.
This is a Christopher Nolan movie. This is Christopher Nolan's unique take on the icon of Batman. This is Nolan's take on the character of...
Okay, you just said the same thing 3 times. Can you please try to analyze rather than just saying this is a Christopher Nolan movie? It's his artistic vision. It's his take. It's his interpretation on the story. It's Christopher Nolan's film. I'm like, okay, can you please talk about that?
Yeah, why do you need a script if you have one sentence and a thesaurus?
I don't like to say I don't want to call myself an expert on sound editing, but why fucking like do this like you're talking and then oh shit, I accidentally hit one of the numbers. But then you just make this like loud ass boom sound to try to basically scare the shit out of your fucking audience while you're talking. Jesus
Maybe he
Christ.
thinks it punctuates his point.
Character of...
Like, that doesn't emphasize shit. It's just unnecessary loud. It's like how the ding sound effect, if it's not balanced right, it just pierces the fucking ear.
Maybe it's just to like, make sure you're still paying attention because the rest of the video is so boring.
Wayne. Batman Begins is a deconstruction of Batman's beginning and a character study of Bruce Wayne. Now that may seem like the
Wait,
obvious
hold on. Is it a deconstruction of his beginning, or is it just how he began? Because those are not the same thing.
Yeah, how would you tell a deconstruction of his beginning while the beginning is happening? Like,
I suppose Casino Royale, but that's mainly in reference to the previous movies, which is kind of like meta commentary. But
Yeah.
that film's an origin story.
Yeah, and it's actually taking visual cues and everything from previous iterations, whereas this one wasn't really.
Yeah.
Other than like just have them in there because they're part of the actual story.
Somebody in chat just went, I too know how to drag WAV files into my timeline. It's like, yeah, you don't have to do that thing called audio balancing or fucking locking timelines. Yeah, you don't have to do any of that shit.
Drag and drop, baby.
Intellectual approach. Oh wow, what a fucking genius auteur. He made a Batman movie that's about Batman. But like, nobody had really done that before.
Wait, what?
What
Tim
do
Burton?
you mean?
Tim Burton is exactly that, my friend. He made his own film. You can tell he had creative control over that project. I know that it's not a good Batman movie according to you, but that's because you're an idiot.
He didn't make a Batman film about like no one's made a Batman film about Batman. What the hell does that even mean? Like, we made the argument that that 89 is possibly more of a Joker movie, but it's like it's got a lot of stuff involving Batman, including like exploring his origin. Now it turns out Jack Napier fucking killed his parents, and then it explores the idea of like the Joker being created by Batman and vice versa. Like, it's...
Does he literally just mean we see how Batman learns all of his skills and shit? Is that all it is? Because that's not a deconstruction, it's just an explanation.
Yeah, it's because I guess you could make the argument like since in '89 we were just he was already going for a while, so we didn't just see how he became Batman. But we get it. You don't need to see every moment of it.
In live action, Mask of the Phantasm is still by far the best Batman movie. Feel free to @ me on Twitter or my Instagram. This was the 5th live action Batman film, but the only one that dares, that has the balls.
He finally said something that we didn't immediately jump on and try to argue against because,
Mask of the Phantasm
is actually really good.
Yeah, it's fucking fantastic.
To be about
Fantastic.
Bruce Wayne. I always joke that Batman Returns is my favorite Catwoman movie, but seriously, Batman Returns, the theatrical cut of Batman Forever, and Batman and Robin are all about the villains. They are the circus show, and Batman
is the Dark Knight.
Yeah, I almost want to do like a timeline of how much Batman actually appears in the Dark Knight versus how long the Joker's on screen. Because
Joker gets a lot of screen time and a lot of focus. Like that interrogation scene, like Batman is barely saying anything instead of that. It's not like the Punisher and Daredevil's argument in season 2 of Daredevil. Like the Joker is pretty much the only one talking.
Yeah, it's why with that, like, the interrogation scene, other than the fact that Joker's plan makes no sense, like in terms of how that scene is shot, how it's scored, how it's edited, it's amazing. Because like as soon as like Batman is surprised by the fact there's more than one hostage, like the music starts to creep in. It's like, and it shows like Joker's gaining control of the situation, and it just shows off Heath Ledger's acting. Like that scene's actually, like, minus the bad plan, is pretty fucking great.
In fact, that's kind of why we all throw roses at Heath Ledger, because of his performance. It's anytime he's on screen, he's carrying the whole show.
Yeah, I had to get I kind of got a major smackdown when I said like the only reason we liked his version was because he died, and I was like, oh no, it's pretty good.
No, and yeah, the point we kind of like slapped down with was that would maybe work for a couple years after the movie, but the fact that it's still remembered, the fact that it's stood the test of time, means it's more than that.
Right.
Ringmaster. Nolan and co-writer David Goyer completely flipped that by making this a Bruce Wayne movie.
It was important to us that the audience be really invested in Bruce Wayne and not just marking time anytime he was on screen until he would put on the cape and the cowl.
Everything, and I mean everything, is centered around getting the...
That's not really true though either, because literally everything in that... the opening of Batman Begins, when he's doing the training and he's getting all his tools, when he first gets some of the League of Shadows armor, he's got those like spike things under his forearms. So we actually see him visually stepping into Batman. That's what the sequence is. So that line's some bullshit.
You guys chat for a minute. I need to go wake up my girlfriend.
Okay, then we just have this visual to work with of man drinking green.
I should probably have some green like that. I need to get me some blender, make some... Maybe eating healthier, dude. I don't know what the pandemic has been doing. Go on.
This is Luke. This is Luke Skywalker. He's right. They were copying Batman Begins.
Yeah, 100%, man. Yeah, like every blockbuster's influence. Yeah, the green titty milk, man. That came from this.
It absolutely did.
It broke new ground.
Confirmed.
Mandalorian has become successful. From now on, all blockbuster movies, every liquid will be blue.
He said the same thing again, like he's doing the same, saying it 3 times just with different inflections, where he's just like, this film is a character study of Bruce Wayne. The entire story is centralized around Bruce Wayne. Bruce Wayne is the main character. It's like, okay, dude.
Well, and honestly, even if you take that as fact and just kind of run with it, one of the common criticisms about Bale is that he's an okay Batman, but he's a really shitty Bruce Wayne.
Yeah, Bruce Wayne as a character is not particularly developed well. Like, he doesn't have a lot of agency in the plot. I mean, this film, I think above all the other ones, does a good job of like showing his lifestyle and like how he's trying to blend in, basically like fit in like any other person, like that, because that really is what Bruce Wayne is. But different stories have developed Bruce Wayne better. Like, in all honesty, that's why I like the animated series, because they give him some agency instead of what he's doing. Like, Bruce Wayne is like helping Gotham. He's not just like a playboy in that, even though that is a part of his personality. Instead of that, he's also trying to help through Wayne Enterprises and help like Gotham financially. So
yeah,
even in Batman Forever, we get that. The George Clooney, when he's like, he's
Batman Robin.
I don't know if he's donating or he just funded the observatory for like science and research.
He donated it. He donated the entire observatory for the satellite project.
Yeah, and then Poison Ivy comes at him.
And she's like, we need to do all these things to help the environment. He's like, well, your goals are noble, but no diesel fuel for heat, no refrigeration. Millions of people would die of cold and starvation. Like, he still cares about the common man. Meanwhile, Nolan's version of Bruce is just like, I'm just gonna spend money to make sure people don't think I'm Batman.
He just does the whole millionaire playboy thing, but forgets the philanthropist part, which is kind of important.
Yeah.
The audience to empathize and care for Bruce Wayne. From the first frame to the last, every aesthetic choice, every action, every reaction.
You want to maybe go over one rather than just saying from in every single frame, every single aesthetic choice provides empathy for Bruce Wayne. How about you pick a scene and break it down, try to analyze it and give us something rather than just going over it. Anyone can do this, guys. Anyone can say this stuff.
No. Any scene that he shares with Rachel, I don't care for Bruce. I'm not building empathy for Bruce because he's basically a bitch.
Yeah.
She emasculates him every time they are on screen together.
Some of us have work to do, Bruce.
Like, oh yeah, when she keeps going on about how like her job is so important.
Yeah,
and
you're too busy swimming in pools. And it's just like, bitch,
yeah, you're just a piece of shit, Bruce. It's like, Jesus.
Yeah, it's bad.
It's like she's really angry that he's not the DA.
Well,
yeah. She can only have relations with the DA, we've established.
Oh, yeah, we had a whole running joke that Rachel only specifically, like, dates the DA. Because, like, she must have, like, dated the last guy before he gets shot in the docks. And then, of course, there's Harvey. It's just And then right as they share the kiss at the end of the movie, it's like, oh, but you're Batman, so I can't be with you. It's like, oh, okay.
We're halfway through this video.
Yay!
We can do this,
At
guys.
least we're talking about Batman Begins now.
Yeah.
Every flashback, every villain, every supporting character is used to further
Okay,
develop.
you cannot show a picture of fucking Scarecrow and tell me he was used effectively in this movie.
Scarecrow's a
he's
fucking
he's
icon.
barely in it.
Like
He's better used by like Falcone. Like he plays like a more significant role like on the crime level. Like, but in terms of his interactions with Batman, it's essentially null and void. There's the one time at the apartment where he gasses him, but aside from that, he's at Arkham Asylum when Batman comes in. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
He's very underutilized, except for interacting with Falcone.
And how does anything with Scarecrow build sympathy or empathy for Bruce Wayne? Those two basically have nothing to do with each other in the movie.
Because he gassed him, I guess.
Maybe.
And then set him on fire.
Yeah, remember themes? Fear is a theme.
Yeah, but he gassed him as Batman.
Hey, let's not
But
forget.
you're empathizing for Bruce.
Hey, let's not forget that it's not who he is underneath, but what he do that defined him.
Oh god, the delivery of that line was so fucking weird. It's
Sorry.
what I do that defines me.
It's what I do that defines me. Bruce? Then just jumps off the building.
And put us into the mind of Bruce. Everything is in service of getting the audience to understand exactly why someone in our world, or at least the heightened version of our world, would dress up like a bat in order to save his city and in order to feel whole. That's where this idea of being grounded, of being realistic.
No,
and I would honestly argue that the film does a really poor job of that, because even when like all the Tibet shit is happening and he's wandering and doing the ninja training, I don't understand why he's made the choices that led him to this moment.
I was gonna
Other than like from a meta standpoint where you're just like, oh yeah, this is how Bruce Wayne becomes Batman, this is the story, but the movie does not present that to you in a logical way.
Mm-hmm.
He just goes from being in a Chinese prison to being a fucking ninja, and we're all just like, okay, cool.
Yeah, as opposed to like, I hate to say this, but in the comics, he literally spent his whole life to become Batman, sharpening both his body and his mind to become the perfect weapon against criminals.
Whereas in this one, he just kind of got really pissed off, went off into the world and like spent time among criminals before he was caught by the Chinese, sent to prison, and is already like a top tier combatant.
Comes into play. These movies are often called the realistic take on Batman, but most
Yeah, and they're wrong. Like, this is the thing I'm like it's hyper realistic at times, but then there's like
I don't know. I kind of genuinely like Batfleck more. At least when he's in the suit. Like obviously he's not a good Bruce either, but in the suit when he's fighting using gadgets, it's more engaging. I feel like I'm watching Batman as opposed to this guy who just punches things.
Well,
and doesn't really do any detective shit.
Oh yeah, we were having that conversation. You were having that conversation with your friend that said like, you could replace Batman in the Nolan trilogy with any rich guy, and it would be just as like it would work.
Yeah, he basically said you could replace him with Oliver Queen, and it's essentially the same movie.
Yeah.
Most people don't really get what that means.
It's not necessarily about a direct reality, because I think the films are extremely heightened and they're extremely operatic, but it's about what I suppose you might term a cinematic reality. It's about giving the world of the films and the characters as much weight.
Do these people actually think you can just squish two fucking words together and that's like original or unique or, wow.
I'm saving
It's a cinematic reality. What the fuck is that?
Sounds like another excuse for not having to have it make sense.
One of you guys remind me later to save this exact fucking clip. Because, like, remember how I said, like, there was the Nolan, like, while we were just working on stuff, I said, like, there's a clip of Nolan saying that it's, like, a hyper-reality and that kind of stuff.
Yeah,
and I ended
up
finding the producer that said it, but this is Nolan literally saying exactly what I thought he said.
But the timestamp is what, 10 minutes 45 seconds, 10 minutes 40 seconds, because I'll just put it in the Y.A.R.P chat.
Okay.
validity as they would if your source material were not a comic book.
Oh, he doesn't kill people. Let me just tackle this ninja off the railway station, and then fucking
Yeah,
collide
they
with a
fall
bunch
like
of signs.
4 fucking stories. Like, that's how that fight starts.
So how do you make a superhero film cinematically real? I have no idea. My short films range from pretentious and bad to just bad, but if I
Hey, I think that's a take we can all agree with. HiTop's fan films are bad.
Yeah, that's insane. I know.
That guy in the Joker makeup is killing me right now.
This guy is. Hold on.
Yeah, he's
I need a
wearing jeans.
Hold on. I'm
It's
taking
a
a
Joker
screenshot
wearing
of.
jeans.
This is like the jeans guy from the episode of The Mandalorian. He was just like standing here, just like off screen. It's like Batman's kicking somebody's shit
Because
in.
that's how people function in a fight, right? They just stand and watch while somebody gets their ass kicked.
a guess, I would say that following the path set by Richard Donner's classic Superman film would go a long way in helping you achieve that believability.
One of the things that made that film so epic was the great casting. What these great actors bring is a sense of three-dimension
Michael Caine is
reality.
consistently one of the best parts of those movies.
Yes, he is.
Very well cast.
Also, look at Liam Neeson staring into your fucking soul. Jesus, that was a pause.
That's a stare. Hot damn.
He wears the goatee well. I'll give him that.
He did.
I mean, that and Qui-Gon basically proves that Liam Neeson just needs permanent facial hair.
Reality, the sense of a real world in which Bruce Wayne is functioning.
This cast, man, there's not much else to say. Any actor has a lot of work to do in matching the pure screen presence that Michael Caine brings to Alfred and the
Why did we
Wait,
just
what was
see
that subliminal message of like him fucking gushing?
What? It was just him just
work to do in matching the pure screen presence that Michael
it's a picture of him wearing a picture. Huh.
Caine brings to Alfred and the pure humanity that Gary Oldman brings to James Jimbo Jimmy Gordon. Oldman's Gordon is the heart of these
Yes,
movies.
because no one has ever been a human playing Gordon before. Like,
Well,
fuck off.
Well, hold on. I will say Gordon is like a tertiary, like practically non-character in all the other films. This was like the only.
That's not the point.
Well,
listen to what he said.
Character, not humanity.
Michael Caine brings to Alfred and the pure humanity that Gary Oldman brings to James Jimbo Jimmy Gordon. Oldman's Gordon is the heart of these movies. Anytime a scene
He has humanity.
The humanity he brings to the role. It's like, what the fuck do you even mean?
Yeah, that makes no sense. The more you like, I was about to. Go
And also, I would argue that Gordon is not the heart and soul of these fucking films. If anybody's going to be that, it's Alfred.
Right.
Yeah, Gordon is like they undercook development with his family. That's kind of a problem that hits instead of the two sequels to this, and he really isn't developed too well as a character. He just is the cop basically.
Also, he says that Gordon is the heart of the movie, while a minute ago he was on about how every single frame is about building empathy for Bruce. Which is it? Is Bruce the heart of the movie, or is Gordon?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yes.
or conflict or line may be a tad too cliche, too grand, or too Gordon immediately said
It'd be better. What is this filtering?
This is
It's to make
so
it look comic booky. Pay attention.
This is one of the most pretentiously put together videos I've seen in a long time. The use of the bonus feature clips, all the insane editing choices, and the mic changes to make him sound retro. I'm just like, dude, just make a video. Please don't do this.
just it's time to stop.
sends
the
the film
artsy, man.
slamming back down to earth. Bruce Wayne may be the hero Gotham deserves, but Gordon is the one that Gotham needs. A father.
What?
The film doesn't even fucking say that.
I was about to say that's not developed inside of the film. You're taking something that was used instead of the Dark Knight. Even that part is kind of tismy, and you're saying that it's inside of this film. That's not developed. That's not consistent.
First of all, that's the Dark Knight, and that's Harvey. You fucking idiot.
Yeah, the whole thing is Jim has to cover up a lie, and Batman takes the rap so that Harvey can be the hero the city needs, and that doesn't happen in Batman Begins.
Gordon's
Oh my
whole role is
God.
just keeping the secret. That's all he really does in that.
Also,
society.
clearly not the same child they use in the sequels, by the way.
They really don't.
Father and a husband who just wants to make his city a safer place for his family. A good cop in a city full of apathetic, tiny dick, greaseball flasses.
What?
You focus a lot on his dick in that string of insults, which is a little weird.
Also, any person who thinks it's okay to eat your falafel in like the storming rain, like running through it and like eating like soggy bread, you're a psychopath.
A small dick, flaccid psychopath.
Like,
Well, I don't like falafel. A good man who has the empathy to tell a.
oh, hold on, Evan, I've got a question for you. Do you think it's on the fault of Rises or this film? The line of like from The Dark Knight Rises where Batman goes, he could be anybody, even somebody who puts a coat over a little kid and tells him the world hasn't ended. And then like they try to use this clip.
There's no. I don't know why Gordon would remember that. I don't know why. Like that was like what 15, 20 years ago. It's just like. I don't understand why he would remember that specific action all that time ago. I mean, sure, it was Bruce Wayne, but it was such a weird gesture that I don't think would connect the dots.
Yeah, that's...
Yeah. And how many other kids do you think he, in his career as a cop, has had to comfort from shitty situations?
Exactly.
So
it's like
bad.
it's the cliche where you put a blanket around like someone who's like been through a traumatic event. You're like, I'd imagine that could happen.
It's not even a cliche. It's just first responder training. That's what you do.
Yeah, it's exactly what they do. Sherlock makes a joke of that inside of the first episode.
Yeah.
Well, and we see what 2 examples of Gordon not being a shitty human being. Like there's this moment with Bruce, and then there's the moment where Flass asks him if he wants to take part of the bribe, and he turns it down. That's it. It's not like he's really paraded around as being this shining example of what the world needs.
Yeah, in fact, if anything, he's a lot pessimistic because after Batman's made his first appearance and he's like looking up all the rounded up Falcone men, he's like, we're not going to be able to pin it to him. He thinks like that basically these people are going to, as like, accidentally...
Yeah, he has lines like, in a town this crooked, who would there even be to rat to? You know, he keeps reiterating that he's not a snitch. So it's like he's unhappy with the corruption, but he's okay to let it continue on. Yeah, that's the guy we want to,
he's
get
complicit.
behind.
It's not that he's a paragon of justice. He's just a sane person in a world. That's the whole point of his character.
Yeah, and I was about to say, year 1 develops this type of thing a lot better because, like, Gordon is definitely the main character of that story, and the whole point is that, like, Gotham is completely corrupted, and he's doing his best to be a good cop, but he's fighting against, like, essentially what is everybody, and, like, Batman serves as, like, somewhat of an ally, even though they don't really meet. They're not really, like, friends inside of that story, but yeah, like, that's not something that's developed inside of this because Gordon is, like, he's barely used early on.
Also, it raises that really dumb line from the commissioner, like when they're in it's like, I don't care if it's the Coast Guard or the goddamn Salvation Army, and Gordon's like, this guy did just deliver one of the Gotham's biggest crime lords. And then the fucking police chief goes like, nobody takes the law in their own hands in my city. When it's like, half your cops are corrupt.
Yeah, nobody takes the law into anybody's hands in your city, motherfucker.
Man who has the empathy to tell a little boy something nobody else cared to.
That's okay.
That's okay.
You put that on. It's okay. You put that on screen. This is video essay pretentiousness 101.
He did a basic fucking
Okay.
thing.
He put that on screen like it's something that's a quote from Shakespeare. All he said is it's okay.
Okay.
What else can you say to a kid who just witnessed their parents get gunned down in an alley?
Shit sucks. No, it's the Zuko. Man, that sucks, man.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's
That's
rough,
rough,
buddy. Just like I don't. That's basic fucking like reassurance to anyone who's gone through even like the smallest fucking injury. Like, it's okay. It's not the end of the world. Oh, you've just like broken your wrist. It's okay. Like, even someone who has like the bare minimum fucking like first aid training, like me, who is a fucking lifeguard, knows that like reassurance and then also covering somebody with a fucking blanket or anything to just keep them steady, basically. Jesus Christ. I accidentally threw out the banner.
It's okay. It's okay.
This is Gordon's first scene, and we immediately trust him. We immediately know that he is the man who cares about the victim when the rest of the department cares about getting the guy.
Good news. We got him, son.
But what's most...
What? Okay, no, that's so he
That's
was
not
probably
what that scene was meant to showcase.
he was probably ordered to go in there and comfort Bruce. Like, Loeb probably would just went, Gordon, go comfort the kid right now. He's just sitting in my office. Just go comfort him.
Most important here, something I think a lot of people overlook, is that Bruce immediately trusts him. He immediately has this connection to Gordon.
What?
Traumatized
Based
child
on
and a
what?
fear of authorities coming in.
When does he ever illustrate trust towards Gordon inside of that scene? He doesn't even say anything.
It's just the
Yeah, he
like
just sits there.
it's just him basically being told that it's okay, and then he like when he comes back, he's like, I immediately trust Jim Gordon. For all we know, Jim Gordon could have been like corrupted in those like next how many known years.
This small
Like,
moment
he
of
could be also just not an absolute piece of shit of a person. Like, both are.
Also, The Dark Knight kind of says this best. Gordon just works with what he's got. Like, he said it directly to Dent. If you investigated everybody in my unit, I'd be doing this alone. I work with what I got. Like, I don't have the resources to be an idealist.
of wrapping the coat, draping the cape over a young boy's shoulders to make him feel safe, not only plants the seeds for
See, it's black. It's like a cape. Yeah, see it? My themes.
Get it?
Get it?
Blasted analysis.
It's
like a metaphor.
their eventual partnership, but also for the man Bruce will become. Bruce will remember the warmth Gordon made him feel. He'll remember that empathy and kindness.
Yeah.
Also, in terms of hiding his identity, I love the fact that he just gives the periscope, which is probably labeled to absolute hell with Wayne Enterprises shit, just gives it to this kid as proof that Batman exists. It's just like, oh.
Well, yeah, but that's why this kid becomes Joffrey, because like a lot of his friends and family probably die when the Narrows gets fucked up, and then he becomes an evil bastard.
I was gonna say no.
Yeah.
Then he gets a time travel device, and he becomes like the bastard son of a brother and sister.
Rather than the aggression and violence. If this boy shall become a bat, then this moment with Gordon shaped him into becoming the man. But how do you make that bat?
All he did was put a coat on him and say it's okay. That's not like a vital part of his arc in this film.
He's like treating this.
It happens so early on.
He's like treating this on the same level that Bruce did. It could be anybody, even somebody who puts a coat on a little kid, tells them the world's not ending. It's like
There needs to be like a word for this. Is it like symbolisms? I don't know, but it's bad. Stop it. Video essays. Stop it.
It's writing the movie for them.
No.
Headcanon.
That's the one.
Yeah, when headcanon just overrides even the film itself, it's like, what the fuck are you talking about?
I mean, he's going
Batman.
beyond headcanon at this point. It's fan fiction.
And himself realistic. Well, I think you have to boil down what makes Batman Batman. What makes this guy tick? And how can you make the villains of the movie representations of Bruce's internal conflict? The internal conflict that is also the theme of the film. Nothing to fear.
Oh, let's get fear.
Oh yeah,
Let's get
Flaming Horses, the theme of the film.
Legit, you can talk about this better.
Oh,
Fear.
in case we didn't get the message, fear is now on the screen.
Thanks.
Thanks, HiTop.
Hey guys,
Get it?
I don't understand the English language. What's this word that's in front of me?
I mean, the audio balancing is pretty hard to tell what the fuck Scarecrow is saying, so
Mhm.
maybe I get it, but it's still. I wouldn't even go so far to say that's the fucking theme of the movie. Like, it's a theme or a reoccurring one throughout the movie, but that's really not what it's trying to sell you.
Utilizing fear.
Fear. The first scene in the movie establishes Bruce's fear. The first frame.
Fuck you with the fucking audio balancing jump scare.
The freaking film shows us what that fear will do to Bruce. The first line spoken by Christian Bale's Bruce Wayne is nightmare. And everything that follows is a boy growing up and learning to overcome that fear.
No.
The film opens with him as an adult.
Yeah.
And then as an adult again, because it's been 14 years and the hearing's taking place. Then 7 years as he's been in the prison, and then going to the ninja fortress thing. Jeez.
Yeah, he's only a kid for like maybe 15 minutes of the film.
Even
Probably
at
not even that.
No, probably like
Yeah.
10.
Yeah, is really reduced. We only get like 3 or 4 solid scenes with him. Like one being when his parents are killed.
Also, we put this in our notes during that whole scene when his parents are shot. It's very weird that that Thomas and Martha Wayne just go straight into the alley from like what is essentially either an emergency exit or like a staff entrance instead of using the front door. It's really weird.
Yeah. When you leave any kind of theater, there's actually an entrance that's meant for the customers. It's the big one at the front of the building.
Yeah, and all like in every other version of the story, it's always Bruce that turns into Crime Alley and his parents follow him. Because Bruce is just being a dumb little kid, and he's like, "Ha ha ha! I'm enjoying because I just saw Mask of Zorro with my parents, my very alive parents." And then Joe Chill just fucking guns them down. But with this, it's like, what were you expecting when you go into like this fucking shitty alley from the opera?
The fear that led him to experience the ultimate trauma.
Wallace, Joey, I'm fast.
I pointed this out from to Slur. That's the same guy that would later play the officer in that episode of Mando with Bill Burr.
Oh yeah, he also played the Night King in season 5 of Game of Thrones.
Oh,
Oh yeah. Yeah, they recast him, and I have no clue why. He did a much better job inside of that last frame. Like, that is the Night King, the guy that replaced it. Like, the facial features, just it's not good.
Also,
So I know it's a little kind of a nitpick, but like the phrasing of the term "ultimate trauma," not to take away their snowflake status because they're usually the ones preaching about it, but doesn't that come off like really insensitive?
it does.
Like you're grading this trauma as more than all of the other ones, and this is the worst thing that can happen to a human being. I think that's being a little hyperbolic.
It's a little bit facetious
Worst things that
too.
can happen.
This is my favorite on-screen Wayne death by far. It feels the most real to me. If a mugger had a gun...
No, I would argue the one in Joker feels more real.
Yeah, I'm more of a fan of the Batman Begins one. My trouble with the Joker one is that it's just tacked on. It's
That's
like,
well, yes, I will agree. It's just kind of
it's in the
so
midst.
sudden.
It's in the midst of that, and they're just like, "Hey, let's throw this in there." I'm like, I feel like the focus should have been on the Joker rather than just diverting it back to Wayne. It just I don't know. Especially since their part really isn't that significant to it, except for obviously the joke at the end. But I don't know.
Onto your
Yeah,
family.
my favorite is the one where the fucking mugger actually hooks the gun underneath the pearl necklace.
Oh, you mean this?
Just so that
You get some slow motion necklace pearl falling porn. It's like
As
it's great. Zack
That's like
Snyder.
Martha Wayne has her fucking brains blown out. That's literally in this film we're watching right now.
You wouldn't try to punch him in the damn face. You wouldn't grab the pearls he's trying to steal. You would give him everything you had and then some. You would try to remain calm, try to empathize with him, try anything to protect your wife and
That
child.
wasn't empathizing with him. It was just
100
trying to de-escalate the situation.
I 100% agree though. Like that's what I like about this one is that like Thomas isn't trying to be heroic or like he obviously takes the bullet for Martha, but like
Right.
everything is just giving in, and he's like, all right, like he's trying to de-escalate everything.
Right.
That's what I like about this.
But
The
he
actor
doesn't
coming
take
from
the
the
bullet for Martha. Him moving in front of her is what causes him to jerk and shoot. He starts to reach for the pearls, and that's when he fucking like dives in front of her.
I thought he pointed the gun at her, and that's when he moved in front.
It's a kind of combination of both.
Let me pull up the scene.
No problem.
Yeah, it gets weird because like he points the gun at her and he said, "I said the pearls too," or something like that, or said jewelry too, and then before he even touches her or anything like that, Thomas like jumps in front of him, and that's what causes him to freak out all of a sudden.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, dude, you're doing a good job of de-escalating the situation. Sudden moves are a really bad idea.
Yeah, he pointed the gun and then he ran into the way. I guess he just didn't want the gun pointed at Martha, but yeah, that was a pretty bad decision to all of a sudden run as quickly as you could. I get it. It's tense. It's not something where it's like that's out of character or anything like that.
No,
but
no, it's weird.
Also, when we're fueled by adrenaline, sometimes we don't make the smartest decisions. It's like how we can. It's how like if somebody stabs you, you can like fucking fight through it before you realize you've been stabbed and feel the pain from it. Adrenaline's a hell of a drug.
It's fine. It's fine. Take it. And go.
But Joe Chill is the one who is terrified, and that fear causes him to
God,
I don't know if he's feared. He's either high or he's freaking on alcohol, dude. I think that's what the scene's implying.
I always interpreted that scene like he was on drugs.
Yeah, that's what it seems like. That's why like he drops the wallet and it's like he starts like reaching for it. Like I think the scene is implying that he's like high on something. I think that's what sells his case as well later on, is that like it was based on desperation.
Yeah.
I feel like they're trying to imply that like he needed money and it was probably because he was like a drug addict or something like that.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And it was also
this is not a good connection with fear.
Yeah. Also, I had a point and then it just completely went away.
Oh, but hey, HiTop's actually saying things now, kind of.
I remember what I was gonna say. That again, sound editing. That just made me jump, like, because it just suddenly silence, then bam, gunshot, and it's just like, okay, thanks. You need to keep fucking like making sure I'm awake, HiTop. I just keep making loud fucking noises in the middle of your video. Guess what? I'm paying attention. Fuck off with these sounds.
Causes him to leave that boy in the alley, leave him alone without hope, and leave him with just these
As opposed to what?
Apparently HiTop wanted him to shoot that little boy in the head.
I honestly think Flashpoint is the most fucked up, where Joe Chills fucking shoots Bruce. It's just like, whoa, okay, that's a bit much.
And then Martha becomes the Batwoman.
No, Martha becomes fucking Joker of that universe. Thomas is the one who becomes Batman. Flashpoint is fucking weird. And I do not like it. It's what causes the New 52 as well.
Birds. Don't be afraid. But Bruce
We had a bit of a like a conversation on like how it's a little odd how they lean on the fear theme in this scene, like with his last words, like "Don't be afraid." When it's like, really, you've been shot, you've heard a second gunshot, you're trying to make sure, like, you wouldn't be like, is Martha okay, or are you okay, Bruce? Like he just stoically
or even
says,
just more generic than that, it's going to be okay.
yeah, he's like, he just specifically looks at Bruce, goes, "Don't be afraid," then bleh. It's like
fear is bad.
It's like,
is afraid. He's afraid and angry, so angry that he spends the next decade of his life consumed by that anger and fantasizing about vengeance.
This man killed my parents.
I cannot let that pass.
And when he finally gets the chance to do it, get even, he doesn't really hesitate. He's nervous. He knows what this will do, but he doesn't care. All he can think about is the pain he has felt since that night in the alley, since his parents were lost, taken away from him.
I'm gonna fucking punch HiTop in the face if he keeps doing this.
I think at this point you just need to be ready for it, because you know when the gunshots are coming.
Yeah, by this point, well, it's because he's like with this scene, the gunshot's like a good fucking. When it was him walking up, it takes another 5 seconds for the gunshot to happen. He, like, I hate to say this, he jumped the gun to make the gunshot sound happen earlier. So it's like it's happening at kind of at random.
Chill is gone, killed by Falcone's corrupt Gotham, but if Falcone had failed, it would have been Bruce that had done it.
All these years I wanted to kill him. Now I can't.
Bruce was driven by that fear and trauma to become someone he was not. He was
I don't think that was fear. That was rage. He hated him. Why? Like, it's obvious. This is not. This entire scene does not connect to the fear thing. The point of this flashback is to show that he was originally out for revenge and he was like ready to use a gun. And it also shows the corruption in Gotham. And then you have the great scene with Falcone where he like just breaks down how things work, and Bruce like realizes that he can't just stroll in there. He's going to need to create some sort of different identity.
Yeah, it's he lives like, you're Bruce Wayne. You'd have to travel 17 miles before anyone knows your name.
I think he said 1,000 miles, 17 miles.
Yeah, go right outside of Gotham, and apparently no one knows who you are.
20
Sorry.
miles, no one knows.
Oh,
It's
wow.
like that scene in Donnie Darko where she's like, everything is either fear or love.
I do not remember that movie well enough to quote it.
Oh my
Yeah, I was
god.
going to say, you want to share something with the audience, Ninja?
Oh no, it just everything is about fear, and it's like no, there's other emotions. There's a whole great scene about it in Donnie Darko where the teacher is telling them that they need to they get like these little scenarios on these little pieces of paper, and they've got to put it on the spectrum. Is it fear or is it love? And it's like there's a whole range of human emotions. It's fantastic. Go watch the movie. It's great.
Controlled by his fear, just as Joe Chill.
Oh, also, there's the quote that after this where it's like, do you feel guilt about your parents? And it's like, my anger outweighs my guilt. Like, he just feels nothing but this rage.
Was, just as the citizens of Gotham are.
Create enough hunger and everyone becomes a criminal.
Fear breeds desperation, and being desperate in a system.
Fear doesn't breed well, it can, but that's not what creates the suffering in Gotham. What creates the desperation is lack of economics.
And corruption, basically. Corruption instead of like the higher-ups, the politicians, and the criminals, and like that leads to desperation because the rest of the people are like rotting in the narrows. That has nothing to do with fear.
Yeah, like, that's why I kind of didn't like when the line when Falcone points the gun at him is like, I could shoot you and no one will say a thing. That's something money can't buy. That's fear. And it's just like, no, that's the fact you literally have bought everybody. They just don't care because you're paying their salary.
Like
or how about the
intimidation.
line where Roz actually says economics?
Mm-hmm.
He's like, we tried a new weapon, economics.
The only person who stood in your way, your parents. And it's like, it's more like his dad. Martha was barely a person in this.
In a city that does not care, that does not help, but instead exploits, creates new Joe Chills every day. And instead of continuing to be consumed by vengeance and controlled by fear, Bruce decides to toss those feelings into the river along with his gun.
He did not toss those feelings.
No, he did that. He's still enraged. He just realized that's the whole point of that. Is he says like later on that he was a coward with a gun. He did that because he's remembering that Joe was the one who killed his parents with a gun. He wants to be better than a gun. That's the point of this scene.
Yeah.
Nolan so quickly and without a word of dialogue visually conveys to us why Batman has his one rule.
Because
why
of the
gunning
flashback. That's the point of that.
Point, yeah. Jesus.
down the desperate, the powerless makes him just as bad, if not worse, than they are. Instead of trying to kill those who are corrupted by the powerful of Gotham,
Wasn't
Bruce
the whole
decides
point
to...
of this rant about fear?
It's
Not
how
desperation.
Yeah, and barely
my themes.
barely any of this has had anything to do with fear as well. Like he's like, this is all about fear. It's like, not really, dude. It's mainly about rage, what you're talking
Yeah,
about, at
he
least.
kind of transitioned from fear into desperation, acting like they're the same thing, which is weird.
To confront that power head on, but that power has some wise words for him.
Now you think because your mommy and your daddy got shot, you know about the ugly side of life, but you don't. You've never tasted
I love this scene, by the way.
This is a world you never
Tom
understand,
Wilkinson blows it out
and
of
you
the water.
always fear.
Yeah, I like this scene too. It was more just the when he pulls the gun out, it's like, oh, that's a bit weird. But then when the second he puts it up, it's like, oh yeah, his top-notch acting comes back.
What you don't understand.
And this is the moment that Bruce truly changes. Rachel is right. Falcone is right. He cannot possibly understand the man who killed his parents. He can't even imagine what they have gone through, what they go through every night. He's a damn rich kid who was born in the region.
This is good. This is good. This is good. This is probably like the best like arguments that he's been making, and this is exactly what that scene's trying to illustrate. Is that like he doesn't understand, and that's why he leaves. He wants to do that. He wants to see if he can like become like them. That's the whole point of the criminal thing. I think that could have been developed a little bit better, admittedly, but that is what the film is setting up, and it does a pretty decent job at it.
Right.
And it's not even a good argument from HiTop. He's literally just describing what the movie's doing at this point.
Yeah, like this
is
this is pretty simplistic in analysis, where it's like he's just talking about what the film is conveying. It's like you could go into a little more detail or find ways to like analyze a little bit deeper. It's like it's pretty run of the mill in terms of analyzation for film criticism.
Emergency room of Wayne Manor. He's never felt the fear that they feel, and he can never hope to stop it if he can't understand it, if he can't at least try to empathize with it. So he gives it all up. Bruce Wayne goes into the fire along with his scarf and leather wallet, and someone else emerges. Someone who tries to understand the poor.
Hold on. Because he said that Bruce Wayne has never experienced the fear that they feel. When just a minute ago, he was talking about how Bruce was subject to the ultimate trauma. Which one is it?
It's almost as if he's really
trauma is
inconsistent.
not the same as fear. No, trauma is not the same as fear, guys. You're strawmanning him. He meant trauma. He didn't mean fear. You and your semantics. How dare you?
Bastard.
Anguished. And by taking this route with Bruce, spending almost half the runtime getting us to understand exactly why he leaves Gotham, exactly why he has his no killing rule, we immediately...
So hold on.
Yeah, what about the people that he murdered instead of that entire scene when like the entire place explodes and Ra's al Ghul, the fake Ra's al Ghul, dies like by what essentially is what he a situation that he initiated results in the fake Ra's al Ghul's death, and surely some of those ninjas were at least hurt when that explosion happened. Like he blew the entire place up.
The second that fire starts, the entire place just becomes made of explodium. Like, it's like, what are you doing? What's necessary, my friend? Like, sword fight, boom, 17 explosions. Thing falls on fake Ra's al Ghul. And it's just like, all these ninjas must be dead. And it's like, yeah.
It's hilarious because, like, I know that they have, like, explosive powders and all, but you're like, dude, the entire place shouldn't be a bloody powder keg.
Yeah, it's like they have explosive powders and ninja tools, and they stuffed them into every little nook and cranny throughout the entire base, not thinking it was a bad idea.
It's like the fucking banana stand, but with gunpowder instead of like $24,000.
Yeah.
Immediately buy
Also,
more.
as soon as the base starts going on fire, after he starts, okay, I need to get the fuck out of here. He grabs Ra's al Ghul and gets out there with him, saving his life, leaving him in the care of people who are like giving him some kind of medical attention. And then towards the end of the movie, it's like Ra's al Ghul turns us, you burned down my house and left me for dead.
Consider us even.
Literally not what happened though.
It's
into his story.
If he had just said, like, the thing, if he had just kept with the thing he said in their second interaction with the, I saved your life, I told you compassion was a weakness. If he kept it with that instead of just going, like, you burned my house down and left me for dead, it's like, he did no such thing.
We believe this could happen because we understand Bruce Wayne. We understand that fear because what Batman Begins is really about, to me, is analyzing our own fears as a society and how we cope with them. Do we manipulate the fears of others for success? Do we fetishize it and get a weird, kinky sense of joy from?
Hold on, what? What?
This is not stuff that the film develops. Like, I don't think that there's I don't think there's correlations between the fears that, like, it gives you different options or anything like that. Like, fear is like, you guys mentioned it earlier. It's like fear is kind of a theme of this film, but it doesn't, like, it's not a consistent theme that like every single scene develops or anything like that. It's just a part of the world, and clearly an important part. But yeah, this is thin in terms of what you can draw from the film, at least.
Especially this whole fetishized thing. I was like, I don't remember craving sexual gratification from this shit, unless he was watching a parody version of the movie.
I was about to say, like, I remember there's that point when he says, like, he respects the mind's control power, like, over the body. That's why I do what I do. Like, I mean, he clearly, like, takes power from, like, running Arkham, but I don't know about fetishizing fear. That seems like a really weird way to put it.
Yeah,
I think he just wants him to be in a separate category because he really belongs in the same one as the other one. He manipulates the fear of others for his own success.
This is pretty much what I just felt when he just talks about fetishizing it. This is literally like my reaction. I'll throw it up on stream in just a second. But it's the blinking white guy meme where it's like, what? Just so confused by just that wording. Like, because he says he respects the mind, but that's not fetishizing it. It's like, that's just having a great amount of respect for something. Ugh.
From it? Are we apathetic towards it and think those who are afraid are weaker than us and not worth understanding? Or do
That's not what Ra's al Ghul believes in. He's not apathetic to the system. He thinks that the system is beyond saving and wants to burn it down. Like, he thinks there are no good people left in places like Gotham. That's the whole point of the League of Shadows. They burned Constantinople. They burned London to the ground, and we had a whole conversation with Slayer about how, like, everybody takes credit for that. And it's like, that's not apathy. That's like his own his own sense of justice.
Yeah, he's the opposite of apathetic. He's an extremist.
Yeah.
Do we use that fear that we all feel, that pain we have all felt, and turn it into a symbol for good, or at least our idea of what good can be? Do we use that fear, that crippling anxiety and trauma that define all of us in some way to shake those around us out of apathy?
People need dramatic examples to shake them out of apathy, and I can't do that as Bruce Wayne. As a man, I'm flesh and blood. I can be ignored, I can be destroyed, but as a symbol, I can be incorruptible. I can be everlasting.
But in order to become that symbol, Bruce must descend back into his own trauma, embrace that trauma as a part of himself. Turn that trauma into the symbol. At pretty much the exact hour mark, we get our first Batman scene in Batman Begins, and by far my favorite adaptation of the classic Batman stealthily taking down 15 goons.
Oh, fuck this scene. This scene is so badly choreographed.
It's really bad.
Like,
also, he just said that, he did the line with, as Batman, I can be incorruptible. I can be more. Great, good line, good idea, good concept. Isn't the whole point of The Dark Knight him corrupting his own image?
Yeah.
Yeah,
and
it
symbols
really is.
absolutely can be corrupted. That's what marketing is. You take a symbol and you make it mean what you want it to mean.
Ever put to film. It's terrifying in all the right ways. It's tension filled. It's fun.
What?
It's fun.
It's fun. As like two guys get the shit kicked out of them.
and so
I bet he won't show it, but those like guys standing at the end of the fight that just suddenly fall over for no reason.
cathartic.
Where are you?
It's perfect and perfectly balanced.
So we
Did he just say it's perfect and perfectly bad?
Balanced, I think.
It's perfect and perfectly balanced.
I think it said perfectly bad.
I don't know. He like cuts himself off with his own audio, so I can't really hear what the fuck he said.
Also, so with that scene, we learn that Batman is like climbing on top of the car as he's like loading his double barrel, and he's like, "Where the hell are you?" And the thing is, in order to get this establishing shot and how sunroofs work, he would totally see Batman. Like, he would see him climbing on top of the car. Like, he'd feel him climbing on top of the car. He'd immediately see the roof, and he'd be like, "Oh, he's right there." Bang.
I mean, we even said it when we were watching, because we were listening with headphones, we can actually hear him climbing up on the roof, and we watch the character like looking out the windows to the side to try and find him. It's really weird.
You can even see the actor kind of fuck up, and he looks up.
The entire film has built to this. We have been waiting for this, waiting for these words, and hearing them makes everyone clap. It makes everyone of every age smile and say, "Fuck yeah, he's fucking Batman." But it's
Okay.
That little voice made me uncomfortable for some reason.
Yeah, I thought that was just like my internet tisming out. I don't know if that was actually deliberate.
No, that very much was him.
When clap, it makes everyone of every age smile and say, "Fuck yeah, he's fucking Batman." But it's even more.
Also, he straight
It's
up
like
just
Alvin and the
flies.
Chipmunks saying "fuck."
Oh yeah.
It's just somehow unsettling.
Mm-hmm. It's
more than that. The entire.
Also, yeah, he straight up flies during that scene. You don't hear any of the grapple noises. Like, he just straight up just goes up, and it's...
Well, and he's literally got both hands on Falcone.
Mm-hmm.
So he's literally holding him with both hands, and then just kind of magically levitates up into the shadows.
Entire film, we have seen Gotham as this pit of desperation, this sinkhole of hell, a place where good men and women suffer every night, and those who give a damn are cast aside, murdered in cold blood. But now there is someone,
How do we
something
know
that
that
can
these
make a
people are good? We're never shown that.
Yeah, they don't really bring up the people of Gotham being good thing up until either the last minute or the Dark Knight with the barges. I mean the ferries.
Well, it's just odd to assume that people are good by default. It's like, not really. People tend to be more neutral, if anything. Like, they're kind of self-serving. It's human nature. You're going to look out for them and theirs, and that's it.
Mm-hmm.
difference, something that uses fear against those who prey on the fearful, uses that fear to inspire those who have suffered. Fuck me. Marty would call this cinema. Is it a hot take to say that Batman Begins is, without a doubt, the best Batman movie in the trilogy? Not that the
This goes into the whole Batman, it's a good Batman movie thing. That was his 89 Batman. It's ridiculous, and I don't care about it.
Dark
I don't
Knight
care what you think of Batman movies. It's just whatever, dude. Good movie or bad movie. That's all I care about.
It's a bad Batman movie. In fact, I think it's a much better film, but Batman Begins just feels like Batman to me, more Batman to me, most Batman to me, and that's in no small part.
You know that thing where you say one word over and over until it loses
Batman,
all
Batman,
meaning? I'm getting
Batman.
that from Batman.
Yeah.
See,
don't do that.
I feel like I'm immune to that because I listen to a podcast like the Giant Bombcast, and a few years and years and years ago, they bought a site that's literally called Batman, 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 and it talks about like Red Martian Batman, Green Lantern Batman, and regular Batman, and it later became a tribute site for one of the members who had passed away.
Feels like Batman to me, more Batman to me, most Batman to me, and that's in no small part thanks to the filmmaking. But that's
what
for next time. I'm
Did
trying
some stroke, or was that deliberate as well?
something new.
His editing choices just seem to get weirder.
watching a 40-minute video is a lot, so I decided to split it into
No, watching a 40-minute video is not a lot, dude. It's just that the videos are bad, and yeah, you did it for ad revenue. We all know what you're doing, so yeah, you could have made the 40-minute video and it's fine, but you want to shill for another NordVPN or whatever the hell you sold us at 5 minutes in. Okay, it's all right. YouTube is a business. Just try not to be too transparent next time.
Okay, so we're almost halfway through. I'm guessing the rest of this is just rolling out.
Hold
Another
on.
minute.
Let me.
Yeah, outro. He's like,
Oh,
I
yeah,
want to
we'll-
thank my sponsor, Raid Shadow Legends.
Let's find out.
2. We also have been shooting our new short, so editing that and this at once makes me need some
Stop.
Please stop.
Some emotional support. Next time, more Batman Begins, the filmmaking, the insane behind the scenes, and how this all came together to be my favorite live
We
action.
already did the behind the scenes shit. Or is this just
More.
gonna-
We need more behind the scenes.
More.
On the Caped Crusader. Now I need to go get some sleep and count the damn sheep. Why am I right?
Okay.
That
halfway there.
fucking music.
Keep going. How much more? More stuff?
Yeah.
That fucking pretentious shit,
Oh,
man.
jeez. The second part is 20 minutes, and we just spent.
This has 20,000 fucking likes.
And only 161 dislikes.
The bar really is that low, ladies and gentlemen. Everyone can be a YouTube critic.
Including
Yeah, all
including
you have
us
to
if we
do
really
is
try.
put words on the screen and, I don't know, talk in a condescending tone.
Yeah, it's like how you don't just fucking what was it? Just talk words and then post on YouTube every single day for every single topic ever. That's how all these like new YouTubers just keep fucking popping up. Who cares if their research isn't well done or if their shit is like horribly edited, as long as they get that content out, baby. Ugh. And here is part 2. You guys excited?
No, I'm never going to forgive you for this.
You say that with every video.
God, let's just keep doing this. Let's talk about the filmmaking.
Previously.
God.
Oh, give
why?
us a recap. I can't wait. 4-minute recap of what happened previously.
So somebody like Slur, Ninja, one of you guys want to hold him while I fucking just hit him? I just can't.
This is why you should have just had this as one part, so you didn't have to do a recap.
What's he doing in a
How little can your attention span be if you can't sit through a 40-minute video?
I love how that's his version of the long man. He's like, oh, 40 minutes, that's so long. And it's like, I don't think you've seen the people that criticize you who spend like 12 plus hours doing nothing but calling you a fucking chump.
I mean, a lot of those videos are not actually about him. It's just, you know, thorough coverage plus whatever else gets brought up.
Right.
On Bat.
Marty would call this cinema. Is it a hot take to say that Batman Begins is, without a doubt, the best Batman movie in the trilogy? Not that The Dark Knight is a bad Batman movie. In fact, I think it's a much better film, but Batman Begins just feels like Batman to me, more Batman to me, most Batman to me, and that's in no small part thanks to the filmmaking. But first, this video is brought to you by Manscaped.com.
I might buy Manscaped products if their ads weren't so freaking creepy, dude. It's like, trimmers. That's something that, is nice. Maybe. But they're ads. I don't know if you've seen them. They're creepy as hell. And every time it's something along those lines. I hate it. Yeah. Manscaped, make better ads and don't give HiTop the ability because he's infamous with ads. So sorry.
Did you do the speeding up or was that his?
That was
No,
him.
that was him.
That was him. I didn't
Oh,
touch it. My
Jesus.
hand. I'm sitting on my hands right now. I'm not letting fucking. Oh god. That was
Well,
awful.
I guess thank you, HiTop, for saving us some of the pain. I mean, it doesn't look like it's going to be a 4-minute intro. I guess we'll see how long his Manscaped ad is, but at least
Let's
it was
see
a
him
quick
chill
previously
first.
on.
Can't wait. Your balls will thank you. That's the type of like taglines for their products that Manscaped has. And it's like, could you guys be any more creepy?
That's like an advertisement for porn. Your balls will
Exactly.
thank you.
Just try to be a little bit more subtle, guys. Keep going.
Like we know what that we know you're trying to fucking sell us like trimmers when a pair of scissors, if you're fucking careful, can do the job.
Manscaped has created the first all-in-one manscaping kit that makes manscaping safe and easy. Nobody wants to slice through their family jewels. It's painful, it hurts, and it's traumatizing.
So be fucking careful, you idiot.
Look, it's traumatizing compared to Bruce Wayne, who went through the ultimate trauma.
So fucking why?
Got his parents gunned down in an alley. That's equivalent to trimming your balls wrong.
I was gonna say just scratching your balls. Jesus.
Yeah, you accidentally nicked your balls. You're now Bruce Wayne, who lost his parents in an alley. Wow.
You just
You too can be Batman by nicking your balls.
You just
I nicked my balls in an alleyway. Now I'm ball man.
You're just like sitting next to Bruce Wayne in the fucking like the police office, and you're just like, I nicked my balls while trimming them. Like I'm more traumatized than you. Bruce Wayne just crying.
No, Gordon literally takes the fucking jacket off of Bruce and puts it on the guy who nicked his balls.
It's okay. It's okay.
It's okay. Yeah, it's okay. It's okay.
Ball man, please tell us who you are. Ball man can be anybody, including somebody that puts a coat around a guy who scratched his balls and told the world this isn't gonna end.
Traumatizing that you might grow up to become ball man, or just let your garden down there.
Oh my god, he actually made the joke. Wow.
We were shitposting. He's trying to make an actual ad.
No.
You should have just gone with Raid Shadow Legends, dude. You had to go with Manscaped, and you're doing exactly what they always do in their ads, where it's just creepy and uncomfortable to watch.
Somebody in chat went, HiTop ripped his balls while shaving. Confirmed.
Speaking from experience,
It's his tragic origin story.
Yeah, he is ball man. Somebody put a coat around somebody who nicked his balls. Told the world's not gonna end. HiTop.
Turn into a fucking forest.
Back in high school, I was preparing for a night where my Dark Knight.
No. I do not
This
need a
is
lie down
getting
stream.
really, like,
You
even
are-
compared to other ads, this is getting cringy. Like, please
This
don't.
is insane.
If we see a
Please don't.
We see a
keep
demonstration,
talking.
I'm gonna fucking kill him. I'm gonna be like, I'm gonna punch his fucking head off.
Would rise, so I decided to trim the hedges, but instead,
He did not just say that.
Oh Jesus!
Jesus Christ!
I use those razors. You're telling me you cut yourself that badly with that crap? Get out of here! You are horrible at shaving.
Yeah, you might have like a really unusually shaped coin purse. I mean, you know,
Those are pro glides, dude. Those are the ones that like bend to like. It's really hard to cut yourself while shaving with those things because they.
oh
they
yeah,
bend the
Gillette
way
is
that-
pretty nice shit. Like, you know,
Yeah, that's why they're so expensive.
Just use
They're worth.
tiny scissors and be careful.
Is that a fly in the sink?
Yeah, he's got two
It looks like
nits just hanging out.
mosquitoes or something. Ugh.
Did that come off his balls?
Ah!
Apparently, HiTop has maggots in his balls. Confirmed. The deep lore.
Maybe that's why he actually cut them.
My
'cause they're all, like,
girlfriend just
fat
walked
and
in.
rot-
She's like, "Do I even want to know?" And it's just like, "No, you really don't." I think just walk
No,
away.
just this fucking screenshot right here, but like superimpose Manscaped over it.
Luke, that's your job now. I'll fucking pass you the.
Yeah, you're just gonna
screenshot.
need to go ahead and screen grab this because this is the Manscaped ad. Like, oh yeah, this is just a shot from a Manscaped ad. Really?
Ew.
Why?
Oh,
Not a horror
high
film.
pop films.
Yeah. Fucking
Jesus
Manscaped.
Christ.
Or what am I supposed to do with this?
Put fucking
Put
Manscaped on it.
Manscaped on it.
And I trim Jeff. Jeff is my left testicle, and for the next year,
I do not need to know the name of your ball.
This is every time we unpause, it gets even weirder.
This is so crazy. You have actually made yourself worse than the regular Manscaped ads. Like I said, this is why I will never buy their products because your ads have completely turned me off to anything that you are selling me on.
I would say at least most of the other cringy people who do it kind of have like the same canned spiel.
Yeah,
This is
they're-
getting even weirder than those.
Like Brandon Herrera is literally just sitting at his desk going, "Hey, use Manscaped. Your balls will thank you. Now let's talk about guns." And like that's it. It's got this fucking story behind it now, and it's gross.
Yeah, Jeff's the main character.
Also, who names their balls? It's really weird. I've always found that to be like oddly disturbing. I'm just like, why do you name them?
Wait, is that a
Why are you thinking about HiTop's balls?
No, he named, like he said, he scratched Jeff, and I'm like, who does that? Who names their testicles?
Why are we even talking about this? Spider-Man's coming out soon.
Spider-Man.
Why are we talking about this? Balls are coming out soon.
Oh
no.
Watch Jeff.
Yeah, of course he nicked his balls that bad. They're coming out. That was a lot of blood.
Left alone like Bruce in the alley, but no more. The Lawnmower 3.0 comes with a built-in light so you can see what you're doing.
Are you shaving yourself while in the dark? Why
Might
does
be
it
why
need
you
a
nicked
light?
Jeff, man. Is it odd that his little story about his left testicle like has more logical consistency than his arguments? Clearly he was shaving in the dark with a Gillette razor, and now that's why he nicked himself, because he couldn't see.
And that's why his fucking fly-infested pubic hair fucking caught.
It's bad. Just go. Just stop pausing it.
And it's
Let it go.
water resistant. You can even take it in the shower. But the number one feature is the
Please
advanced
stop with the
skincare
porn music
technology.
as
Sounds
well.
fancy, but it
It's
basically
uncomfortable.
Yeah, I'm very uncomfortable right now.
I want to work again. Okay, don't do that, Jesus.
You know the ad is bad if it's disturbing even a replicant.
I've gained true emotions just from the Gillette man.
I now understand fear.
No, Evan just stands in the fucking rain. It's like I've heard things you people would never believe. A Manscaped ad from HiTop.
Oh man, I need to edit that. Tears in the rain. I've seen things you people wouldn't believe. I've seen HiTop saying that his left ball is named Jeff. Oh, the
And he
cringe.
sliced a motherfucker.
protects your balls from death by 1,000 cuts. Don't cut yourself.
Try
Instead,
again!
Oh, I'm gonna need therapy.
This is literally the worst Manscaped ad I've ever seen, and they're all pretty bad normally, but holy shit. This is new levels of cringe.
Why did I need to see you pouring blood into your Gillette razor? Why are you crapping all over Gillette, dude? Gillette, if Manscaped is like this, I'm like, I don't need it because
on.
Gillette just works just fine for my effing face.
Oh no, hold on. Isn't it like against like advertising rules that you can't shit on the direct competition? Like I'm
I
trying.
think something like that. Is it
just-
not?
He just basically
It literally
shat all
is
over
Gillette.
Gillette.
Yeah, it's not that you can't shit on your competition; it's that you're not allowed to use other people's brand names for copyright reasons.
It's like
So,
It's
But he
literally
totally
on-
had he had Gillette
Yeah.
like on
So
the
if he had a
razor saying,
generic
Gillette, like,
razor that just
blood
happens
poured
to
all over
look
it.
like a Gillette one, he would be fine. But he actually name drops them.
Isn't that defamation? Like that's what I'm thinking. It's like, oh, that's not good.
I don't know if it's defamation, but
I'm
legally it's kind of iffy because he's
Hold on.
using their brand name and he's not a Gillette.
Hold on,
ad.
let's
They
say-
can sue.
Let's ask.
slander is spoken, in print it's libel.
Hold on. Let's ask River who actually advertised. Who actually like went to
Who
school
actually
for this stuff.
advertised?
Who actually advertised? Hold on. Go ahead, sweetie.
So because he's not the one who like manufactured the product, he's just being sponsored by them. He might lose his endorsement, but it's not like legal trouble. But as far as in general, people, one company shitting on another, it happens all the time.
Really?
Yeah, like you've seen it in ads. Like, what about the Apple versus PC commercials?
Well, PC is kind of just a generalized
yes,
term.
no, you're right.
It's not. It wasn't Mac versus Windows, which is specifically the argument that they
Yeah,
would be
we
going
just
for.
happen to know it means
Yeah,
Windows.
but there
Well, it's not like this particular footage comes in the little Manscaped, shill package, because like he's the only one that has these footages. He specifically edited these shots into their provided stuff. That's what makes it weird. So if anything, they should be like, "Hey, you need to knock that shit off, or you're gonna get us, get us in trouble."
Yeah, it's very possible
But
that they would not be happy with them.
but I assume this kind of stuff has to be like viewed and approved before they let it air.
Yeah, that's how most ad companies work. They wouldn't just let him just go all free and fucking be like, all right, here you go.
I think with YouTube, they'll more just have a conversation about what you're planning to do, and they'll kind of sign off on that.
Maybe.
All right.
Let's go. Least amount of positives possible.
Thing up with the logo and the image you did.
Free shipping.
With code HiTop20, you'll be protecting the old sack and helping support me and Jeff at the same time.
I don't want to support Jeff.
I don't care about Jeff. Yeah. Screw Jeff.
Please stop name
Support
dropping.
HiTop's testicle. Let's make it trend on Twitter.
Every time you trim, it will support the channel, so get trimming, boys.
No! He almost just kissed it.
Batman Begins is Nolan's comic book movie.
Great transition there. A+ transition, dude. You've used a 20th of your video on a cringy and disturbing Manscaped ad, and now it's like, meanwhile, back at Batman Begins. This is why I will never do ads at the beginning, man. If I ever do ads, I'll save it for the end. I do not like the idea of an ad at the beginning.
If I'm going to do an ad, I'm going to make a fucking skit out of it, I guess. That actually would be fucking nifty or just fucking actually good. Not literally just being like, so I scratched my balls. Jesus Christ.
Movie. It's his only comic book movie.
Batman Begins.
What?
What are you talking about?
I think he's saying it's Nolan's only comic book movie.
That's a lie, because he made 3 others.
And he made all 3 before this video was made, so,
And then he helped out with a 4th.
Just rewind him a few seconds. That transition was really fucking
that brings us back into Manscaped.
Batman Begins is Nolan's comic book movie. It's his only comic book movie.
Batman Begins is very much a hero.
Not. It's literally not.
Yeah, I don't understand how he could say that with it. Like, even the other 2 in this trilogy are comic book movies. So, unless he's trying to say that Dark Knight and Dark Knight Rises are not comic book movies, but I don't know how on earth he could say that.
It's probably because they're like crime dramas.
Hero's journey, it's an origin story, it's an origin myth, and so it has a sense of romanticism or theatricality that embraces that story model.
The Dark Knight is a crime epic, and The Dark Knight Rises
fuck off.
I literally said it.
Yeah.
That's what he said, 1 for 1.
I hate that you were right about that.
You gotta be kidding me, HiTop. These people. It's like
they act like there's this massive tonal shift between the trilogy, and there's really not.
No. It's a subgenre of it. It's a different approach that they took. All 3 of these are comic book movies. People, what is wrong with you?
Yeah, the best phrasing that could be said would be the MCU during like phase 2 would be that it was a comic book movie with a twist on it. Winter Soldier is a Captain America movie with a lot of espionage elements. It's just
but those movies are all they're part of the MCU as a whole, but they're individual.
Right.
This is specifically a trilogy of movies that were all done under this sort of hyper-realistic take. They're all supposed to be part of the same exact universe. So why would there be this massive tonal shift between 1 and 2, but then 2 and 3 usually get compared pretty closely together? So what happened?
I don't. Apparently something happened.
Tell us, HiTop. Tell us. Give us something to chew on, please.
It might literally just be as shallow as in the first one, a lot of the movie, he's not Batman yet. And in the other 2, he's already Batman. So he sees those as more comic-y. That's the best I've got as an
Well,
explanation
but
for
he's
it.
saying those two are less comic-y. He's saying Batman Begins is the comic book one, and then the other two are crime thrillers.
Yeah, then I got nothing. It's just nonsense.
It's just nonsense.
This is war epic, but begins in
What? Rises of War epic? There's not.
What?
I can probably ramble off a dozen war movies, and Dark Knight Rises would not make that list.
It's about as much of a war movie as Endgame is at the last 20 fucking minutes.
Yeah.
Embraces all the showmanship and poeticism of the superhero film in a way that he avoids in the sequels. Batman Begins ain't afraid to have a suit-up montage.
Whereas the other
does
ones
the
were
suit-
afraid or that, or it was
They
just
just didn't.
unnecessary.
He didn't.
They just never showed it.
Yeah, it wasn't neat. Well,
They
first
always-
of all, I would imagine I'm just trying to imagine the montage of The Dark Knight where he's putting each of the individual plates on, without it making it look like a. I almost think about it like the Iron Man suit up scene. It would have to be something like that, considering it's not just something he slips on.
Well, and during our research, we figured out that, Batman Begins was a standalone film originally. It's not like they had this idea to set out and build a trilogy from the start.
Yeah,
So that, if you were going to make any kind of argument for why there's a sort of tonal shift between the movies, that would be why.
Yeah, it's why the Joker card, that wasn't a hint of a sequel. That was just that he's off on another adventure, like an Indiana Jones type thing.
Or comic booky one-liners.
Excuse me.
Or bits of over-the-top villain.
I'm gonna burn.
Yeah, those prisoners are escaped now.
Yeah, he doesn't knock him out. He just blows up the wall and leaves, and those prisoners just eye each other like, we just have a free door now.
Now, if you'll excuse me, I've a city to destroy.
That comes with embracing the genre and embracing the Gotham City of the comic books. Gotham feels like Gotham in Begins.
What does that mean? Gotham feels like Gotham. That could mean literally anything.
Like the opposite.
Well, and the
We were
whole
talking about in the
thing.
older movies, Gotham has this very. It's got its own look. It's got this like Gothic Art Deco style thing. Like in our heads, that's what Gotham is, and then we go to the Nolan trilogy. They all just look like Chicago.
Yeah.
Well, and the whole thing he started with was how this film, Batman Begins, bucked the genre. And it's like, now you're saying it didn't. That it followed that, standard formula. Which fucking is it?
Also, as like chat said, the movie where Batman paints a bat symbol and lights it on fire is realistic.
Yeah, and he does it during the middle of the fucking day.
Ugh.
Where everyone would have been able to see him.
Feels like hell and not Chicago.
In a town this big, who's there to write to anyway?
That's not bad. He said in a town this bent. HiTop. Maybe look at subtitles. Maybe read the script. Maybe do some fucking research.
Either way, it's not even Batman's line. It's fucking Gordon's. And, yeah, okay, what? It's to show that there's corruption. And it's infiltrated a lot of the different levels of this. Sure. Okay, and what?
The set design plays a massive part in that. The locations are crammed and crowded, gritty and
So why is Rachel taking the tram, the subway, not subway, the monorail, when she was
Maybe
established
she's
to have a car?
really environmentally conscious, or the plot needed her to be in danger.
I'm gonna go with that one.
Yeah, I'm gonna say plot. What do you think, Evan? Would you say plot?
Probably plot, yeah.
grungy, somehow a hyper-stylized dystopia, but also entirely grounded in the forgotten boroughs of our world. Nolan and his team built these massive sets. Production designer Nathan Crowley built Gotham in Chris's garage, and hundreds of talented people brought that Gotham to life. A living, breathing, rotting corpse of a city. There's so much Blade Runner in the Narrows.
How do you feel about that, Replicant?
Yeah. How does
There's barely anything. I mean, what do you have, like the rain aesthetics and how decrepit
fog.
the city looks?
Well,
Right?
it's everybody has their clothes outside, even though it's raining like all the time in the Narrows. Do you notice how many clothes are just like out there on the lines?
Let's see
I
if
love that. Yeah.
let's see if it keeps the shot so I can pause on it.
Pouring rain that never stops, and in that hellish downpour, a
Yeah,
demon.
there it is.
It showed it
But
in
also, when they
And they're
did
like
that in
fucking
Blade Runner-
everywhere.
when they did it in Blade Runner to make everything look rainy and run down, that was to make the futuristic world feel more like ours, not the other way around. So, what the fuck is he doing here?
Yeah, rain equals cyberpunk, as Chad said.
Ugh.
Well, I think he's just being like he's joking around. It's I can't because I'm picturing like part of the beginning where Deckard's literally just trying to eat a bowl of noodles, and you see the city street and how it's raining, and it's like it's not only is it raining and it's gloomy, there's still a lot of bright colors. The advertisements, even the noodle stand itself is lit up like a Christmas tree. Like there's a stark
Kind of make it look like
difference.
a more neon, a more futuristic version of what we have right now, of what the modern world looked like when the movie came out.
Yeah, and this is from
So
somebody.
you just take 1980s New York and you put neon on it, or more neon and more ads. It's like that's kind of what they were going for, an exaggerate version of what we have now.
And this is talking about somebody who's like seen like Blade Runner very recently for the first time, and I absorbed almost every detail. I was like, this is fucking awesome. So to fucking
It's
have
pretty awesome.
so to have that comparison of Blade Runner to Batman Begins, I'm like, the fuck are you talking about?
Lurks, crouched in the shadows, soaring in the sky. Batman is scary here. Maybe the scariest he's ever been visually on film. The suit is big, bulky, intimidating, but never.
No, we had we're gonna fucking say it. Batfleck. Batfleck is actually probably scarier than Bale's Batman by this point.
Way scarier.
Like that,
Especially with all the branding shit he was doing.
like in the
and the massive fucking guns, both figuratively and literally.
Yeah, I was going to say the warehouse fight. That last guy who all he's doing is standing in front of him, looking menacing, and this guy is like practically begging for his life. He's not even doing anything except looking at him. That's fucking power.
Been visually on film. The suit is big, bulky, intimidating, but never overly muscled. The stiffness in his movements feels like a deliberate choice and not a restriction. He feels almost animal-like, an aggressive panther waiting to...
No, hold
Those
on. The
two are
film actually...
contradictory.
Not only that, but the film actually brings this up. If not in Batman Begins, in The Dark Knight. He absolutely is restricted in his movements.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's why
I'm too heavy. I'm too bulky. You want to, and Morgan Freeman says that you want to be able to turn your head.
Should make coming out of the driveway a bit easier.
Pounce, an aggressive panther with a fucking tank.
I think every time he does it, that's just another punch.
Can you believe the Tumblr...
Violence is not always the answer. It's the question. Yes is the answer.
There we go. That's when you just smack him with the torch, Slur. You're just like, no. Ow.
Was born from this crude model Christopher Nolan made, and then...
The fuck?
That looks like children.
Hold on.
Can you believe the Tumblr was born from this crude model?
Yeah, I couldn't believe that. I would not be able to believe that if you told me that this was what would create the Tumblr, because that looks like nothing.
I mean, it just kind of looks like Play-Doh, maybe, or...
Yeah, it looks like something I made when I was like 4 years old.
Christopher Nolan made, and then a super cool model Nathan Crowley made.
Yeah, that's just what it would become. It's a 1-to-1 representation.
In the garage. Can you believe that they built this thing? Like, you can drive it down the damn highway or crash it through the highway, pancake police cars. God, I'd love to do that. I don't even drive. I also...
Whoa!
All right.
Remember that Brown Table video where he's defending Captain Marvel, and he said that if the Don went up to him and asked if he wanted a ride, that he'd blast him with his lasers. Yeah, that's
unfortunately.
That's how this feels. Like, oh, I just want a fucking pancake cop car. It's like, oh, well, you're a psychopath.
Oh, I would
swear to
totally believe he's one of those people who has like ACAB on his fucking Twitter.
Actually, we can check.
What is that? What's ACA? What the fuck?
All cops
All
are
cops are
bad.
Oh.
I thought it was bastards.
Either way, same difference.
Let's find out. Search Twitter.
It's a shitty
HiTop.
generalizing blanket statement.
HiTop. Alex, let's find out. Nope.
Oh, he actually doesn't.
But there is his business email, which I would say I'm not going to dox, but it's literally public on Twitter.
I think it's just because he had that soundbite over the shot of the cop car that had cops in it.
Mm-hmm.
He just says like, "Oh, I
Yeah.
love like pancake cars and a huge fucking truck." It's like I can understand that. It sounds like a lot of fun. But yeah, it's just kind of weirdly framed.
So many people miss the pure.
Also, of course, he doesn't like cops, possibly, because he's in fucking Pittsburgh. Of course, he's in Pennsylvania.
Comedy of that entire sequence.
Stay calm. You've been poisoned.
Come on,
No, that comedy was fucking.
Yeah, we actually brought this up as a massive flaw. Like, there is a lot of forced comedy once that sequence starts, which is really tonally inconsistent with the rest of the movie up to this point.
Yeah,
and it's several, like, right in a row. There's like 5 or 6 of these moments back to back to back.
Nolan even finds a way to throw a Burden reference in here. The dialogue in Batman Begins is extremely poetic.
That fucking reference.
That's just. It's not. Just showing the Batmobile going down the street is not a Burton reference.
Sometimes too poetic, sometimes to the point of parody. There are a lot of.
No, you cannot call, like. So, I will not call this poetic. It's not who I am underneath, but what I do that defines me. And it's like. You want to try that again?
Grand speeches, philosophies, and ideologies spewed out by characters in a way that no real human would ever speak. It's a trademark of a Nolan film, and we all love him for it because.
No.
In fact,
No, we really
That's a
don't.
really bad. Yeah, that's consistent within a lot of his films, and it's really bad. The scene you're pointing to right now, like this is like one of the worst scenes in Interstellar and in his entire filmography.
Haven't seen
Brant
it. Is it as good as everyone says it is?
Oh yes, it's exactly as good as everyone says it is. This scene, Brant just like reduces herself to like a simpleton who's like all about feels when that goes against everything that she's been about this entire film. And it has some of the cringiest, most forced thematic dialogue I think I've ever seen in a film.
And most of the film is fine, except
No.
for a few bits. But then at the very end, it's just, oh yeah, you can travel through the fourth dimension through the power of love.
Most of the film is not fine. The world building is completely broken, dude. That everything that's laid out on Earth, everything surrounding the mission, like it's a horrible film. It's broken to immense degrees.
I've seen it once when it first came out, so I'll have to take your word for it.
I rewatched it, dude. There's a ton of stuff. You got to see it for yourself.
Add that to the list.
Yeah, put it on there.
Most of the time manages to make it work, sound as profound as he needs it to, by getting the best possible performers to deliver these bits. Here's me saying, but I know the rage that drives you, the impossible anger strangling the grief until the memory of your loved one is just poison in your...
I need to check this. I just need to quickly change tabs and make sure the fucking stream didn't get nuked by the fact it's playing classical music. Wait a minute. Classical
You
music.
should be
Classical
fine
music is
with
public
stuff
domain.
like that where it's into the public domain.
Yeah.
your veins. And here's Liam Neeson saying it.
I know the rage that drives you, that impossible anger strangling the grief until the memory of your loved one is just poison in your veins.
See what I mean? Sometimes,
Okay.
though, it does.
No, hold the fuck on. Okay, I understand that, you know, there is a certain amount of talent that goes into acting. I get that. But you cannot compare what he just threw out there with what Liam Neeson did in his line delivery. He basically said the line in the most monotonous fucking way possible. You disingenuous piece of shit. Yes, it's all about the execution. It's all about how you say it. You can make any line sound fucking retarded if you say it like that.
Doesn't work for me. Like when Bruce comes back to Gotham after being declared dead for 7 years, comes back to see his childhood best friend, scratch that, his only freaking friend in years, and they manage to say all
This, it's not me. It's I am.
Yeah, this is. Whoa, what audio quality is that?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what's going on.
years, and they managed to say all
This, it's not me. It's I
Did he
am.
record his telly with his phone?
Oh, what? Why does it sound so crappy?
Deep down, you may still be that same great kid you used to be. It's not who you are underneath. It's what you do that defines you.
that.
Yeah, you can hear that slight echo. He's recorded it off the telly onto some other device.
he
while also
fast-forwarded.
having a clip from the film.
Why did you do that?
Odd editing choice.
So much extra work.
He put more care and effort into his fucking Manscaped ad.
Somebody put
That's
somebody put in
depressing.
chat, looking at HiTop's audio, he must have loved Tenet.
I mean, the logic tracks.
In the
But yes,
middle of
it's
some
really
hope-
forced. It's really awful dialogue. It's really cringy. And also, why the fuck are these two even friends?
Oh yeah.
They haven't seen each other in what, like 20 fucking years? Who gives a shit?
No, well, no, it's been 7 because remember the hearing.
You're missing the point.
Okay. Well, yeah, like it's.
It doesn't make any fucking sense that they would be as close as they portray them to be when they've had like a little bit of interaction when they were kids. Then they got separated. Then they met up again for what, a day while he came back to town for the hearing,
Then
and she
just
slapped the shit
disappeared.
out of him and kicked him out of her car.
Yeah, and we can't even say like off-screen shit because we're not going to count that. Like that's
No. This relationship shouldn't even fucking exist at this point. One or the other should have written the other person off by now.
hotel lobby. It's efficient storytelling and a great way to force the audience to understand the themes and thoughts of your movie.
no. There's way better ways to do this.
Yeah, like subtlety. I don't know. Jesus, it's almost like they have this line 2 or 3 times throughout the movie. It's bad when Yoda does it in TLJ. It's bad here.
Mm-hmm.
But it lacks that realness, that honesty the rest of the film has. The character of Rachel, who is my major issue with all of these films, suffers the most from this. She's
just bad consistently.
Well, hey, I'll give him that. He actually brought up a genuine criticism. Good job, HiTop. You got one in, what, 25 minutes?
He's got
I wonder if he'll actually expand on it and explain why she's a problem, or he'll just
he's-
leave it there.
So the problem is he's gotten like 3 of them, but like one of those points he was basically just repeating the film, so I don't give it to him. And then he's got this one, and he's got like one other one, which I'm so like blindingly angry. I'm just like, I don't fucking know what you're talking about anymore.
She's the anti-Andrea Beaumont. She's less a character and more a vessel for Nolan to explore his thoughts on Batman and Bruce Wayne.
Your real face is the one.
Yeah, kind of like most of his
exploring
characters. Most of the characters in his movies work exactly like this, where they're a vessel to like explore themes or to like delve into other characters. That's who Maul is in Inception, and who a lot of his characters are in his movies. It's a serious problem with films.
She doesn't fucking sound like a human being. Like, her dialogue is all clunky as fuck. It's like, that's not how real people communicate.
God, it's been so long since I've seen Inception.
No, it's on the list now.
It's very flawed.
Yeah, I bet.
Still love that movie to death, though.
I like the cast of it. Though I would argue like that, like most people say, like that's what should have gotten Leo his Oscar, and I disagree. I'm like, he barely does anything.
Yeah, it's not one of his better performances. Go to Wolf of Wall Street. That should have won above The Revenant.
No,
Oh, yeah, that
Django
was
Unchained
fucking
should have
awesome.
got him his Oscar.
Oh yeah, that was another amazing
I
performance.
don't think they were going to give him the Oscar for saying the N-word.
No, I'm talking about when he broke the glass and he's like staying all dedicated to character and like, oh, that's.
Oh yeah, his performance was top tier, but he also said the N-word. They're not going to give him the Oscar. Not for that one.
You've been disqualified, Leo. We're sorry.
I'm sorry.
And then you have to go out and
We're looking
mauled
at
by a
the
bear.
we're looking at the N-word count, and you've gone past one. So nope, we can't give it to you.
No Oscar for you.
Criminals now fear.
Rachel has the potential to be this wonderful non-damsel in distress, a strong character in her own right.
So it just showed. Hold on.
To be this wonderful non.
Okay, so she gets off the fucking subway. She suspects that she's in danger. She runs into another guy who pushes her. She's back. Who is backed up by the guy behind her. She hits the guy behind her, pulls her taser at the guy in front of her, and just basically forgets that the person behind them even exists, because Batman's taking care of it. The story basically made her forget that she's in mortal danger from both sides.
Yeah, because the script knew that Batman was going to be there.
Yeah, and that's the thing. She can't look at Batman. That's the whole joke. She turns around and jumps.
Yeah.
Because she didn't see him.
Damsel in distress, a strong character in her own right, and
no, she's very much a damsel in distress. Another problem with this scene, where
I would argue that she's not even really a damsel in distress so much as just not a likable character. All she does is fuck shit up and make shit worse.
We had this whole conversation on like how every warning light in her head should have been signaled when it came to like with Crane in Arkham Asylum before she gets gassed, including, most importantly, going into the basement and he goes, "Oh, just follow me," and she does it when it's like, you clearly don't trust Crane. You have you're about to do all these tests. You probably shouldn't be alone with him.
not just used as a symbol of Bruce's humanity, Bruce's last hope for a normal, happy life, but instead be an actual human being and not a less interesting one-dimensional Jason Todd.
Remember that time she got yeeted out of a building, Batman caught her midair, and then they both fucking dive-bombed onto a car and were fine?
Mm-hmm.
That was and they landed feet first, we checked.
Grounded and realistic. I don't know what you guys are talking about. That's my main argument against these films. I'm gonna fucking rip it to shreds. I'm gonna be like, no, this ain't fucking grounded and realistic.
We even have a clip on standby of one of the people from the production team talking about how Nolan's direction, his vision was a grounded, realistic take on Batman,
like a
that's
hyper
the actual
reality.
quote. Yeah.
That's another punch.
Actually, this weird thing with women in this movie, and I'm not trying to get too fucking cancel culture about this, but Martha Wayne has one line that I can't even remember.
What's wrong, Bruce?
Oh, cool. And she's
barely necessary for the story. Like Thomas Wayne's clearly the character who's more devoted to and more connected to Bruce. The film just doesn't really explore his mom.
It's almost.
I don't think it needs to.
Does HiTop want the? Why did you say that name?
Ever mentioned after she dies, whereas Bruce's father is mentioned.
Your father? It was your father. It was
Yeah, because he ran the company. He's a lot more important to Wayne Enterprises. That's why they keep mentioning Thomas Wayne.
No, Thomas didn't run Wayne Enterprises at that time. He just worked at the hospital.
Well, yeah, but you know what I mean. It was his company. That was the whole thing with there.
Right.
That's why they taken
Roz
public.
does have a line where he says, "Your parents."
Your parents' death was not your fault. It was your father's.
He also had lines about something about we tried,
we tried
economics,
and there were people that got in your way, such as your parents.
Yeah, so there's multiple references to them as a couple, but yeah, she's not important to the story. She's not significant to what's happening with Bruce in these scenes. So it's we don't. That's fine. It's okay.
HiTop, would you have preferred a story called All-Star Batman and Robin, where I'm going to just pull the quote right out of fucking thin air because I memorized it. I touched my mother's breast. Oh, well, that's fucked up. Thanks, Batman.
Your father.
You didn't know my father. No, Alfred, it's my father's house.
Your father would be ashamed of you.
They said your father begged for mercy.
Your father nearly.
Okay, so here's the thing. When you talk about somebody's idol and they're normally a male, the first person they'll default to is the father, because relating male to male.
Well, especially in a story about a guy trying to sort of find his way in the world. And in this particular scenario, there's a lot of expectations that exist on him because of his name, because of his lineage. They're expecting him to be his father, not to be Martha.
Like, yeah, it's only when characters don't have a father that they're compared to the mother, or even the mother is even brought up. Anakin's a good example of that. Like,
well, arguably, if Batman was a woman, they would be doing the same thing, but the genders would be reversed. They would be comparing him to the mom, or you know what I mean? Like, it's because he's a guy, they're comparing him to the father. If it was a girl, they'd be comparing her to the mom. So who cares?
Yeah,
it's not sexist.
Bankrupt. Your dad.
Father ran things. You'd be my father?
It's your father's name.
My father built it.
Father would be very proud of you.
Yeah, I don't know what's up with that. Anyways, Christian Bale is so great here. Everyone is great. Everyone nails that dialogue. That is not easy to nail, but Bale gives his best performance as Bruce in this film. Maybe it's...
No, he doesn't.
I mean, he has like maybe a couple of moments where he's doing his millionaire playboy thing that are okay, where like he's got the very obviously forced smile and you can tell, you know, it's not really him, but that's stretching.
He's okay. He's really good at acting drunk. Bale is. Like when he's like, "Oh, you phonies are drinking all my booze." Like, he's really like, I would say that's the only thing he's really good at when it comes to his
Like
Bruce.
I said earlier, he's got the billionaire playboy thing, but he's missing the philanthropist. He's not a complete Bruce.
Simply because he has a lot more to do, a lot more to hold up. The spotlight is very much on him, and because of that, we see how individualized and full of variety his performance is. We see Party Bruce, Rio Bruce, and Batman Bruce. Bale should have kept this damn voice. It's wonderful and has far more range than it does later on. Bruce can talk.
Oh yeah, the Bale Batman voice is so fucking annoying later. Dark Knight Rises is when it gets maximum. Where's the trigger? Where's the trigger? And it's just like,
Yeah, for the first one, it's pretty tolerable. You can tell he's just like changing his voice a little bit so he doesn't sound like himself.
He's doing a
and it just goes
borderline.
downhill.
He's doing a borderline Geralt voice. You relax. You've been poisoned.
Talk to Gordon and Rachel like this.
Falcone sent them to kill you.
But talk to Flash like
Murder me!
It sounds like a cold whisper full of razor blades here and here alone, not the aggressive, half-asleep, drunk snarl of an animal.
You'll be in a padded cell forever.
Maybe
Fuck me, yeah. That voice gets bad.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe that was Nolan's point, Bale's intention, that as the movies and years went on, Batman became less and less of a man, more and more of that animal. Or maybe it was just something that wasn't focused on, thought about and
reaching to try and explain something that's just blatantly not good.
enough. But what matters here is that Bale carries this movie on his cape. If you couldn't believe that this man could become Batman, then no matter how great Nolan was behind the camera, Batman would never have began.
Christian was the first actor I met with, actually. It was clear to me, looking into his eyes, that this is somebody who can make you believe in the possibility of somebody devoting their life to something that's
You
extreme.
mean he can act?
Also, I love the fact that in his trial video, they threw him in basically Val Kilmer's outfit.
And let me make this clear. Nolan and his entire team are fantastic behind the camera. It's a Christopher Nolan Batman movie. That's all that really needs to be said.
We didn't know what that meant at the time. What does that even mean in general?
And if that's all that needed to be said, why did it take 40 minutes to say it? Why did we need a history lesson that took up the first third of the first video?
His movies are so
Why?
damn soft.
It's just like, yeah, it is just going, why?
It's so filled with a unique premise, perspective, and personality, and they make damn good money. That's a rarity, a dying breed of filmmaker that can be #1 at the box office.
A dying breed of film? What? Somebody want to
Pretty sure like
that?
every Marvel movie shits out $1 billion, like every single fucking one.
Let's find out. Even the most hated one, which would probably be Captain Marvel. Let's find out, Captain.
That was over $1 billion, I guarantee it.
Marvel box office.
I'm not so sure. I don't think that movie did that well.
1.12 billion.
Well,
I remember being disappointed by the box office for that movie, but yeah, it absolutely did that well because everyone was expecting it to be good. It was interjected, between Infinity War and Endgame. You pretty much had to see it to know what was going on, or you thought you did.
Yeah, that and Ant-Man and the Wasp, despite the fact that, yeah, it turns out you could totally skip Ant-Man and the Wasp.
I did skip Ant-Man and the Wasp.
So did I. And I'm like, this is really unfortunate because I've kind of really liked Ant-Man. Why is my space bar now? Okay, there it is.
And maintain his integrity and vision. And I think the major reason for that, the reason why you can buy into the somewhat self-indulgent and hammy dialogue, is that there is no self-indulgence in the filmmaking, in the way he edits, in the way he directs, in the way he pieces his films together. Chrissy Boy never holds
There's never any self-indulgence shows like Nolan's belly sliding down the hill.
Which is absolutely self-indulgent.
Yeah,
I wouldn't begrudge it for him, but it's self-indulgent.
Yeah, that was weird. Also, his editing is shit. I don't know if I could do any better, but at the same time, he's edited. You can see where the flaws would be. It's too jumpy. It's I would downright say they're almost too rough. When Batman's tossed out of the when Bruce is tossed out of the truck before he begins his journey up the mountain. That really fucked with you, didn't it, Ninja?
Well, yeah, it was just a really there's a lot of it in Batman Begins where it's just a sudden, abrupt, hard cut. He kind of uses them in Dark Knight too, just not quite as frequently. He usually does it in Dark Knight to plug a hole, when your brain would normally try to ask a question of well, how does that work, or how did so and so get away with this? It's when the Joker pops out of the truck and just shoots that cop in the face with the shotgun, and then it immediately cuts away. So it's nope, don't have time to ask questions, don't have time to analyze anything, just keep on moving.
The only time one of their jump cuts has worked was when Harvey woke up to then look at the coin. That's because that's supposed to be jarring.
On a shot too long when he easily could. Wally Pfister's naturalistic but drenched in the shadows cinematography was rightfully nominated by the Academy. Nolan could hold on any of these shots and our eyes would be all the better for it, but he doesn't at all. The average shot in Batman Begins must be around 3 seconds or so, which could become, and in theory really should become, tiresome or headache inducing. But
sometimes it is. The fight in the docks is a perfect example of that.
Yeah, for most of it, you don't really mind because it's just things happening in sequence and it's fine. But once those fights start, it gets really bad.
The dock fight and the train fight are both absolute dog shit.
Yeah, I slowed them down for as much as possible. Turned the audio, of course, off because then it just becomes just noise. And yeah, you can't tell what's happening. Camera's too close, and the editing's shit.
But his films are so kinetically edited, so rhythmic, that it never seems to bother me. And when he does hold on a shot for slightly longer than usual, we know how important the moment we are witnessing is, how
that's
immensely
what holding a
grand.
shot is for. That's what it does. It's not a Christopher Nolan thing. That's just
basic
fucking camera work.
It feels, and we feel every emotion he wants us to feel, every emotion the character is feeling. He's almost superhuman in his ability to efficiently convey those emotions.
Let's not suck his dick that hard, will we? Jesus Christ.
Simple shots, quick cuts, and strategically timed and paced editing.
Pausing for copyrightisms.
His style of shooting and editing almost always works, except for these goddamn fight scenes.
Hey, where was this?
I'm so proud of you, HiTop, for acknowledging it.
You just bloody said that every moment is great. I love it. The dock, you praise the dog fight. The dog fight's terrible, just like this is.
He went from Christopher Nolan has superhuman editing except when he doesn't. What?
I get what Nolan is trying to do. Put us in a fight. Make us feel like we are in the fight alongside Bruce. But it really, really doesn't work.
No, that's absolutely not what he's trying to do. He is trying to cut a lot to hide the really stilted bad choreography. That's pretty much the hallmark of a really shitty fight.
He's doing the fucking Dragon Ball Z thing, where he's making it happen. It's like, oh, he's so skilled that you can't even keep track of him, so we can take a lot of shortcuts. Except, Dragon Ball Z was an anime from the 90s, so their budget was like a shoestring, whereas this is like a blockbuster.
Yeah, and if you want proof, just watch The Dark Knight Rises, because he listened to people. It's like, there's too many cuts. It's like, okay, we'll do wides. And then you can see, because the choreography is horrible. And there are moments where people fall over without being punched. And the guy is like headbutted, even though like he's 2 feet away from his bloody head. It's like, that type of stuff is all over The Dark Knight Rises because he didn't do this type of crap. He has really bad choreography for his fights.
No, I like I remember when we were watching The Dark Knight Rises, I specifically pointed, it's like, all right, that's the guy who falls over, and that's the other guy. Like it's like the two best examples being the rooftop and the little quarry fight. You can definitely see guys who just like fall over without being touched.
I cannot tell you what just happened, other than I got a migraine, passed out, and died like this madman stuntman should have when they sent him flying across this practically built Gotham set at 60 miles per hour while steam was exploding from the fucking earth. You guys know.
Well, that man is dead, by the way.
Yeah, the one that Bruce fucking drops from like 35 feet in the air. He's dead. I understand the wanting to praise a film for doing practical effects. Yes, I agree. More practical effects is a good thing. But that does not immediately overwrite other flaws in the film.
Yeah, I'm almost gonna.
One can be good and one can be bad at the same fucking time. It's not mutually exclusive. It does not have to be one or the other.
Yeah, I'm almost gonna be in the opposite camp and say, like, hold on, the opposite when it comes to effects, like script, writing, that kind of stuff. That's the most important. I couldn't care if there's not a single actor even on set. A good example would be the sequel trilogy. I know, big shock. It was being praised for, this time we're doing practical effects. We're not going to be the prequels who just relied so much on CGI. And it's like, but your movies are still shit.
Well, if the argument is which is better, practical or CGI, in general, practical effects are going to hold up better, especially over time.
Yes, like the Raptor.
So practical is good, or blending practical with CGI is better than just CGI by itself.
Yes, the Raptor.
And I'm fine with that. Like, but you can't just say, well, this movie has practical effects, therefore movie good. And it's like, well, no. All ideas are good, but it's about the execution. It's like Evan said earlier, ideas are cheap. Execution is what matters.
The practical effects do hold up the best. It's the reason why, like,
and I'm sure there's examples of practical effects that suck. Like, you can have bad practical effects in a movie.
I was actually about to say, like, Plan 9 from Outer Space, but, so when it comes to the differences between, like, practical versus CGI in terms of, like, film quality as well, The Thing is a great example of this. John Carpenter's The Thing is known for its practical effects. And then you look at its prequel, which got horrendously fucking screwed up by the studio. And they were just like, oh, what's this about? Like, they would look away from, like, the angle that the camera would be looking at, so it looks all funky. They're like, oh, this looks bad. You should make it all CGI. So that got fucked over. Ugh.
How much I love practical effects, practical stunts, exploding miniatures. I talk about it ad nauseum, but movies are magic. And there is always something magical about seeing extraordinary feats done by ordinary people, for real. And as you probably already know, Nolan is the modern day magician of doing just that.
That, I think, capsule.
What?
I didn't say anything
he
when he
just
said
said was a
movies
bunch
or
of
magic, so I thought he was
nonsense.
going to go somewhere with it.
None of that meant anything. So yeah.
No, but I think what he's talking about is like a lot of his, like some of the really trippy fight scenes in Inception.
Yeah, that was
were
practical.
done with practical effects. So I mean, I get where he's coming from, where it's like he's one of the few directors who put in the effort. Sure, but I don't think that on its own deserves heaps and heaps of praise. It's like you have to look at the execution.
Is Chris's philosophy of filmmaking, which is let's do it for real. Let's put it down the way you would see it, you would believe it, and that'll give us the kind of credibility to bring the audience in.
But it's not as simple as what you see get thrown around out there. It's not as simple as Nolan hates CGI, so he flipped the truck for real, bro. He doesn't hate CGI. He uses plenty of CGI. The bats in this movie, the windows outside the train, the final shot of Batman. Christopher Nolan doesn't hate CGI.
You know, the fucking, like, there's a lot of people who talk about that fucking truck scene and how, yeah, they flipped a fucking truck. You know what other movie had a really big truck with practical fucking effects?
Terminator 2.
Death Race.
Oh.
Death Race. That fucking giant tank creation thing? Yeah, that was a practical build. So what? Doesn't make that movie amazing.
Yeah, fair enough. I was going for the the canal chase. There we go, from Terminator 2 when they actually blew up that truck. It's like that. It's pretty neat, but does not impact the filmmaking.
Hate visual effects. He just knows how to use it.
I certainly never try to put any kind of visual effects restriction on the films, but my absolutist view of the way computer graphics works is that it's animation, and so if it's created whole cloth or not.
Do not fucking show Green Lantern.
I think that's more just a haha CGI bad, practical great. It's like, you're cherry picking your examples.
The problem with that was that Green Lantern was just covered in fucking problems.
Well, if his argument is that Chris Nolan knows how to blend practical with CGI, I mean, sure, there's probably a good argument to be made there. He's just not doing that, I guess.
Yeah, you stop making that argument at all.
Manipulated from something that you've shot, whether it's live action or a miniature. There's always an understanding on the audience's part, somewhere in the subconscious, that they're seeing a drawing, they're seeing animation as opposed to photography.
He knows that in order to really grab and grip the audience, visual effects should be used sparingly, should be used to accent and elevate what he and his crew managed to do on the day, what they spent months dreaming of.
I don't know why, but
the
the bat on the stick is fucking hilarious to me.
Well, he's like, there's a bat.
He's just walking around with like a little selfie stick with a bat on it. I just think that's funny.
Nolan just has that now. It's just
it's just like in his car.
It gives Batman Begins this ultra tactile feel, much like.
Fuck off! I hate that.
That fucking word,
Don't
man.
say tactile ever. Please don't use that in a video essay. I hate it.
How does it make you feel?
Yeah,
feel
pretend
angry.
tactile is what you wanted.
Oh God. Fucking
Also,
Cinnamon
this fucking
Owens.
shot, we brought this up when we were watching it. That is not how paint functions.
Yeah, it
You can
removes
see
all
him.
texture from the thing it's painting.
Yeah, he's literally painting over this clearly very detailed armor suit, and it just becomes flat.
And then later he then puts the embroidered bat on the chest piece that somehow doesn't compromise the armor plating underneath.
Like his approach to Batman. It's less about not using CGI and more about conceiving bits of action that could really happen. You would never catch Nolan's Batman fighting Clayface. That would be awesome and amazing, but you really couldn't do that in a way the audience would 100% buy. But you can believe that Batman would need to call a.
What was with HiTop's like footage from Arkham City? Arkham City doesn't look that bad. Like,
That looked like it was pre-render or some shit.
Like, I swear.
I'm guessing he was just looking for an example of Batman fighting Clayface that looked weird to specifically kind of sell his point.
Swarm of
more cherry
bats to escape the SWAT team. You can believe that he would need to take down
I
Falcone's.
mean, can we believe that though? Because I remember us having a few problems with that thing.
Yeah.
The Ubu device.
I mean, yeah, eerie hissing and all.
That was a whole other thing. I
Hold-
wonder if that's going to come up.
Hold
Oh,
on.
I hope to God it does.
If it does, we'll show it. We'll definitely show Evan the picture.
At the docks. So why
Another punch.
would you need to use heavy loads of VFX? The story doesn't require it. He limits himself, grounds himself and the action sequences in the reality of the film. If Bruce Wayne builds himself a lair in a bat's cave, then why the hell shouldn't you really build a bat cave? If
Budget? Possibly? I don't fucking know. What is your point?
How does this? I mean, yes, practical effects are good. I agree, but that on its own does not suddenly mean that the film is amazing. And you have not done a good job of showcasing that.
A good
I
example.
was about to say they.
Go ahead.
I was about to say they built Snoke's throne room in The Last Jedi, and they built the milk monster that Luke milks, and it's like, does that mean the movie's good? It's like it means there's a lot of practical effects, not much else.
Yeah, but that fucking blue titty milk is so tactile.
It's like you can actually see Baby Yoda's vomit coming out of his mouth. Ugh.
Although the practical effects did not always work for Baby Yoda, like that scene where they just have the model being dragged along the ground by a string.
Even I noticed that.
The fucking wheels, yeah.
It looks so strange.
Another good example. Batwoman. They actually built the Batmobile. That doesn't mean
they
it's
stuck some random shit to a car.
a low-end sports car.
just a man, if he can be flying through Gotham desperately trying to stop Ra's al Ghul, why
Okay,
What?
I know in the cartoons it's called Raish, but in this movie it is called Roz. Don't pull that shit.
shouldn't a stuntman be able to do that? Why shouldn't he be able to really
Because it's
build-
really fucking dangerous. And it requires a really high budget to do it
if you're going
safely.
to shoot a war movie, why wouldn't you use live rounds? You really want to make it feel tactile.
That's Evil Dead-tisms you just fucking said, my friend. Remember, Evil Dead, the double barrel was the actual real double barrel. They
just like go around to all the theaters that are showing the film and sprinkle cordite under the fucking rows of seats so you smell it during like the beach storming scene of Saving Private Ryan, and pour some blood on the floor. It's like ugh.
No, when Joker's burning the fucking film, you really scare people by they just smell gasoline.
film that? And why shouldn't we be able to, really be able to believe it?
Bruce, why do we fall?
The third act of Batman Begins is where all of this, the filmmaking, the themes of fear, and Bruce's journey beautifully culminate into a demonic nightmare. where all
Oh,
those
no,
things
no,
are
no, no, no.
and-
There it is. There it is.
So that's
Fucked up
one.
your pause.
We had so much fucking
I was
fun
going
with
to
the
say-
ringing, glowing Batman.
Slur,
Also, the third act of this film is where it absolutely falls the fuck apart.
Slur, could you post the Pikachu face first?
I have to see if I still have them on my phone. Hold
No,
on.
no,
I do.
No, they're saved in Y.A.R.P chat. You just needed to do some.
I'll say
digging.
I have them if you need them.
Like Evan, we had a
So-
fucking field day with this little just bits of how people saw Batman.
So here's the Pikachu face.
I'm gonna try and dig up the other ones as well.
let me throw up an image and I'll just. Yeah, that was when.
But yeah, that's the actual subtitle on the fucking in the movie is eerie hissing.
It got pretty fucking funny as
Because he just turns around, his eyes and mouth are glowing, and he's like at like some random fucking stranger. It was amazing.
yeah, and it got like even worse. Don't worry, guys. I'll fucking show you. Throw that on OBS. Browse. Oh wait, why am I doing like the manual like OBS like digging when I could just I've already done it right now. But that's what the eerie hissing looks like when we were watching the film, chat. And then this was the second one, which was what we basically compared to the surprise Pikachu face. That one needs that's just gonna stay in the corner now. That's gonna go in the corner where Ivan Ooze normally goes.
11. Throughout the entirety of the film, Alfred and by extension Nolan critique and question the moral righteousness of Batman, of Bruce Wayne. Every freaking week, some genius throws out the idea
Oh
that
my
Batman would be
what
better.
the fuck?
Hold on.
What the hell was that?
Every
Batman could have fixed all crime in Gotham just by using his wealth to create a universal basic income, but he just had to go around beating people up.
That would
instead.
have been insane. Like that's the trouble with that is like the political situation that would create. Just giving a bunch of random people money that wouldn't fix Gotham.
Yeah, that is.
And it
Because if you're
absolutely would do
socialist.
nothing about the it would do nothing for the supervillains he fights. Like, how the fuck would that appease the Joker or fucking Two-Face?
If anything,
That's a
that would-
horrible idea.
Any of
There's
the
a
other ones he
reason.
fights.
There's a reason that rich people don't do that in the real world. It doesn't work.
Yeah.
I don't know what this guy's talking about.
Every freaking week, some genius throws out the idea.
Oh, I forgot to pause on the second one.
Batman of Bruce
Yeah.
Wayne. Every freaking
Batman, I never kill. It's not right. Alfred, don't you hospitalize most of Gotham's poor people for life for petty crimes? Yeah, it's still not killing. Poor people. I always love that framing. Good job. Yeah, they're
Well,
poor.
and they're poor, so
people
it makes
do
their
poor
crime
crimes.
okay. Yeah.
Yeah,
it's like-
exactly. It's okay because they're poor. It's like they're still criminals, you idiot.
Was it Cosmonaut that said like your problems don't matter because you're rich? And it's like what?
Yeah, exactly. With Will Smith or something like that. Yeah.
Jesus
This
Christ.
cover makes no sense. Batman hates poor people and victims of industrial accidents.
Industrial accidents? What the hell are you
Is that like a
talking
Joker
I think that's a
reference?
reference to the Joker falling in the vat of acid in the factory.
Yeah,
that he
it
was
has
working
nothing to
in.
do with the fact that he's like a murderous sociopath. No,
about?
it's
And
it's
that
because
didn't happen in The Dark Knight anyway.
Yeah, we don't know where this. Well, actually, that's kind of. Evan, what do you think of the idea of like knowing the Joker's origin? Like that's one of the most like famous comics. It's a Killing Joke where we at the very least get a very good guess as to what his origin would be.
Of course, yeah. What do you mean exactly, though? What's the question?
So sorry, let me rephrase that. So in the Dark Knight, they basically say no, like he's got no fingerprints. He's not in any sort of databases. Nothing but in his pockets, but knives and lint. Nothing. And there's the PTSD theory that basically said that the Joker is basically a soldier who basically hates his own government and like is just fighting against it and creating chaos. And
Yeah.
the problem being,
I like that theory.
the problem being with the idea of a Joker that comes from nothing is that almost, I would say that's damn near physically impossible. If the PTSD theory is true, there'd be a military record of like this person, but they're dead. And
Potentially, if he was high up, like that, I think what I've heard from a lot of people is that he might have been former CIA or Black Ops, and it might be like they covered up his records, like something like he went wrong and they tried to institutionalize him, and then that's why kind of records have been scrubbed or something like that. Which is kind of thin. I mean, it's not in the movie. It's just
yeah, it would have been an interesting idea to explore, but I just don't feel like the movie gives us enough to go on for that to be like confirmed in any way.
And then that
yeah,
brings,
it's a fan theory. Any references are kind of thin for that. Like, there's no real proof in the film.
other than the truck full of soldiers getting blown up, it's part of the plan. Like that's
That's a throwaway line.
Yeah.
Like it's really not.
And he also does the funeral thing with the rifles, and he clearly has insane like expertise with explosives. So there's some references, but like I said, they're just kind of thin.
Yeah.
And the
I
question,
mean,
the question would be,
explosives is almost supernatural. He rigged that entire hospital, like the entire thing. Those explosions going off on every floor, all over the place, and that was while the place was being evacuated, and there were a lot of people around, and he's going around in his makeup. It's like, it's uncanny, man.
yeah.
Just
So
ask how he does it.
it's like And it raised the question, like the original question was like, do you prefer a Joker where you know his origin, or where he's just so mysterious where it almost damn near makes no sense? Because
It depends on the execution.
Right.
Well, I guess the clash is that you have this hyper realistic world, where everything is very grounded, and yet he basically appears out of fucking nowhere with no explanation
career
whatsoever.
history. When he comes on, it's like he says, "I'm sick of ripping off like mob dealers." Like he's been active for a while as the Joker. Because in the beginning of the movies, like people are referring to him as such, and so it's like all anyone knows about him is like, oh, he wears makeup. It's like after they just picked up this man on the side of the street wearing makeup and talking about the Joker like he's not right behind them.
Yeah.
Week, some genius throws out the idea that Batman would be better off serving and helping the people as Bruce Wayne, using his.
That's the whole point behind The Dark Knight Rises. That's Alfred's whole thing. It's like it doesn't need Batman. It needs you. It needs your money, your resources.
Wealth and influence to reform and fix the broken system. They act like it's their sole unique idea that Batman is really an ego-driven monster Bruce uses to get away with beating up poor.
Hey, they did it.
It gets me every time, man.
Oh, the fucking nostalgia critic punch up.
People. Yeah, that's real smart. How's that degree in Batman working out for you? It's
wow.
Yes, because his takes are clearly superior, and anyone else who has an opinion is just fucking wrong.
Hey, let's not forget he nicked Jeffrey.
Jeff. Jeff.
Oh, we're in casual terms apparently.
It's
Well,
almost
he threw it out there.
It's like that's
I mean, you can't be on a first name basis with your balls. Who can you?
major critique of Batman and a good chunk of his stories, including this one.
I'm using this monster to help other people just like my father did.
But Thomas Wayne helping others wasn't about proving anything to anyone, including himself.
It's almost like his parents spent their entire lives trying to do just that, trying to save Gotham with their money and with their empathy, and it didn't work. In fact,
no, they fucking didn't.
That doesn't mean that you give up either.
Yeah.
Do you think that it's a lost cause?
His dad became a doctor and left running of the company to better men because he wanted to help people.
More interested men.
What the fuck ever.
Well, no, I was literally quoting the movie. It's like he says better men. Bruce goes better. Well, more interested men. Also,
basically,
but the point is he was emphasizing on helping people.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Fact, they were
gunned down by one of the very people they were trying to help.
It's almost like in order to make real change in a city like Gotham, you have to become a symbol. It's almost like in order to become that symbol, the Wayne name has.
Roz even mentioned that his parents fucked up his plan.
So they had to be killed.
Yeah, that was the whole point. He's like, we tried taking down Gotham through economics, but your parents got in the way, so we had to get rid of them.
To be burned to the ground. It's almost like Bruce realizes all of this, but chooses to side with the people.
I'll be standing where I belong. Between you and the people of Gotham.
And finally, it's almost like he himself questions the validity of his mission.
I wanted to save Gotham. I failed.
Why do we force? So that we can learn to pick ourselves up.
You still haven't given up on me.
Never.
Gotham has always been hell, but that chaos, the fear was tucked away, hidden by the...
No. So Gotham was a troubled area, but it got even worse once Thomas and Martha Wayne were killed. It's kind of said that they were almost the catalyst for when they really fall to shit.
Corrupt police and politicians in power, kept at bay by the Waynes, buried beneath the surface in the water and the pipes, but now Ra's has unleashed all that fear. Literally, he has boiled it to the surface and into the sky. I'm always saying that the threat in a climax can't just be mindless drones. The set pieces can't just be barren green screen landscapes.
Hold on. So, the difference between something like Justice League and the first Avengers, or hell, even Age of Ultron, is because we have a very personal attachment to Captain America, Iron Man, everybody else. That we don't have a connection to this universe's, to that universe's Batman, Superman, like Wonder Woman. We don't have a connection with these people because in all reality we don't give a shit about them. So that's what makes the fight have no stakes, and just makes it boring.
Well,
Best
and it's
climax.
a CGI puke fest.
Yes, that too.
Climaxes should be a physical representation of the hero's internal conflict. If fear is the major part of that conflict, what better threat is there than the Scarecrow's gas erupting like a volcano all over Gotham? If the Wayne legacy is the other half of that, what better external location to have the final fight take place in than his father's train, his father's legacy speeding towards Wayne Tower? The climax isn't just about Bruce saving the day. It's not about him in a fist fight with Ra's. It's about Bruce becoming his own man, fully growing into the man he was destined to become after that night in the alley.
Don't be afraid.
Becoming his own man and letting go of living up to his father's legacy. Both his fathers.
Don't be afraid, Bruce.
Letting that legacy.
Whoa, both of his
Wait,
fathers.
what? Hold on.
Ew.
When
What?
was Ra's al Ghul established to be a father figure to him? That was not established at all.
No, he was already a grown adult with his own, problems and shit. Then Raz found him and gave him a bit of focus, maybe, but he's not a father figure.
I say, if
And then
anything,
he
more
learned-
of like a sensei or a teacher or something like
Literally a
that.
sensei,
But
yeah.
yeah, not
Friend,
a
maybe?
father. I wouldn't even go that far. Like they kind of have a very. He's literally just the guy who trains him. So I mean, I feel like sensei would be the most appropriate, especially with the ninja aesthetic. But I mean, they're never really shown to be more than that.
I mean, they have one moment on the ice when Raz gives the poison in your veins speech, which is still very much a teacher moment because he's imparting the philosophy of the League of Shadows as well.
Legacy crash and burn.
You were just an ordinary man on a cape. That's why you couldn't fight injustice, and that's why you can't stop this train.
Who said anything about stopping it?
And trusting in the ordinary man, the good men, the men that Ra's neglects, the humans left in Gotham who are not afraid.
You never learned to mind your surroundings.
And
Yeah, because they've been inoculated from the fucking fear gas.
Right. Also,
It's not like they overcame their fears.
Yeah, that's weird. Also,
And this fucking line is cringe as fuck. It doesn't work for this scene at all. He just wanted to say it back to him because he thought it sounded cool.
doing that, Bruce is no longer afraid. He's no longer that scared little boy, that scared man with a gun. He is sure in his beliefs. He no longer needs to question what his father would want him to do.
The Wayne legacy is more than bricks and mortars.
And he no longer needs the vengeful, apathetic ideology of Ra's.
I won't kill you.
But
I don't have to save you.
It's getting distracting.
Okay, so didn't he just, in this very video, go on and on about how it's great that Batman doesn't kill in this fucking movie? He's literally doing the thing I said. He's praising this movie for being a great interpretation of Batman that doesn't kill, and he's perfectly fine with this?
Of course he is.
Because he bought into the semantics.
Ugh. Words matter.
He lets Ra's destroy himself, destroy the legacy of the League of Shadows, destroy their reign of...
No. You just showed Gordon gunned down the fucking train trellis. And, yeah, that's what put the big hole in the track there. That was not Raz's doing.
Okay, that was very much Batman.
fear and terror. He doesn't save him, and while that may be stretching that no-killing philosophy just a tad...
No.
Just a
tad?
Just a fucking
What?
tad. You
Oh.
fucking disingenuous, lying piece of shit.
Just a tad, guys. It's just a tad of murder. That's fine.
Yeah. I'm not going to kill you. I'm just not going to save you from the situation that I caused.
I think it's complete.
Just a tad.
He's just a tad
in
dead,
line with
guys.
the man. And Bruce has become over the course of Begins. A man who has overcome his fear, became his fear, and became his trauma. A man who can now board up that trauma.
Well, how can you board it up if he became it?
Put it where it belongs and start to rebuild his family's legacy.
Rebuild it? Just the way it was, brick for brick.
Or maybe...
Just the way it was, sir?
Yeah, why?
I thought this might be a good opportunity for improving the foundations.
In the southeast corner.
The legacy of Thomas and Martha's selflessness.
No! That means, like, hey, we should build a better Batcave.
Well, and then there's the whole thing where, you know, why I brought this up with comparing it to the graveyard scene in Spider-Man, where, you know, he has the talk with Mary Jane and he's like, we can't be together, but it's Toby's choice, you know, it's Spider-Man's choice because he's trying to protect her, so it's a very selfless thing. But in this one, they basically do the same thing, but Rachel tells him to go fuck himself. It's her choice. He doesn't have any agency in the decision whatsoever.
And yeah, it's because he's not the DA.
I guess, yeah, he's not the DA. Sorry, dude, she has a very specific kink.
District attorneys. She very much likes to sleep to maintain her current position as assistant DA.
And humanism lives on, but Bruce can improve the foundations of that legacy, not in Bruce Wayne, but in...
Nice.
Every action has consequences. Every choice has weight. For every Batman, there will be a Joker, but at the end of the day, Gotham needs its Dark Knight. It needs this terrifying symbol of hope. A man who has the will to stand by and protect the people, protect the city that has taken so much from him.
I never said thank you.
A Batman that doesn't ask for recognition or praise or light.
And you'll never have to.
But a Batman who only asks that you look to the sky and think before you take. Think before you prey on those who are fearful, who are desperate. A Batman that is entirely...
Well, it's a warning. That's what's used in the fucking Dark Knight. You got more of a chance of winning the Powerball than running into him. But the thieves still don't fucking, like, they don't take the shot. Like, they still, like, they cower in fear, knowing that Batman is out there ready to kick their fucking ass. It's a deterrent.
Entirely faithful to the beloved icon, but is given an added layer by being the unique vision of an artist who is just getting started. A vision that started in Christopher Nolan's damn garage was conceived in that garage. They would work on the script, producers would come over and read the script, they built models next to the laundry machines, built parts of Gotham, parts of the Tumbler, entire sections of the movie were born in that damn garage. And I think that garage...
music.
His music choices have been insanely bizarre throughout this entire video series.
Well, at least he's consistently bizarre, I guess.
Come on, a minute and a half. We can do this, people.
Garage, like Batman, is kind of a symbol of the approach Nolan and WB took, a symbol of the reason why Batman
Sorry, that clip of Batman on fire just whipping around.
Begins is Batman fucking Begins.
Times now.
Is the film that changed superhero films, blockbuster filmmaking, and kind of just Hollywood in general. Why did Warner Brothers get greedy, fail, fall? So they could learn to pick themselves up. Batman Begins is that damn garage. It's Christopher Nolan.
He did the thing.
Did the thing, he quoted the movie and applied it to real life.
He's like, look, my themes.
Belongs to him. It's him and his collaborators sweating in the hot summer heat, creating a universe and a take on the Caped Crusader with complete freedom and with complete trust. It's Christopher Nolan working on a giant studio picture with his friends and injecting it with the same thought, love, and care that he would back when he was 27, back when he was making a small black and white independent film that cost $6,000. It's Christopher Nolan changing the game, shifting the landscape, and evolving Batman by making the best Batman movie he could make, the best superhero movie he could create, and doing it all his way.
As I sit here, having just finished the film,
So
I'm
the
extremely
way he evolved the franchise, the way he, what was it, changed the icon or developed the icon or whatever the fuck, he did that by in his own style. That's it. That's what he did. That was the magic. Is that the point of this whole series?
That's what you could sum this entire video series up as. He directed the film because he was Christopher Nolan, and he directed it in his style.
Because he's Christopher Nolan. Oh wow, I feel enlightened. Jesus fucking Christ.
Almost done. Almost done.
Nearly there. Taste the finish line.
Whoa.
Just got
happy with
another
what I've been able to
NordVPN ad at the end.
do in my terms. That is to say, I've made the film that I said I was going to make. I've made it in the way that I wanted to make it. I've availed myself of all kinds of extraordinarily dedicated and creative collaborators.
Also, fuck off with the dramatic piano version of Frank Sinatra's I Did It My Way. Fuck off.
And ultimately, they've
I
helped me
mean,
to
okay, fine. You made it your way. It was shit.
I mean,
It had
he's
a
a
lot of
director.
big
Who
fucking
else will
flaws.
you-
film the way I felt it should be made. There isn't a frame of the film I don't claim as my own, and that's very satisfying from a creative point of view.
Yeah, we're happy for you, Christopher Nolan, but unfortunately, that doesn't excuse the flaws. That's just it. Like, that's the Ryan Johnson argument. I made my film and I'm happy with it. Well, good for you, but it's still shit.
Yeah, people who make good films also did it their way. It's not a good thing on its own. Oh, we're done. Holy shit, lads.
We made it.
Throwing up the banner.
I feel exhausted.
How did that...
That was just tiring and
Evan's just writing down.
flaccid.
Evan's just writing down, I'm never coming back here again. These fucking people subjected me to HiTop.
Oh, more people can be entertaining than this, man. Just right, like on full tism, can be fun to listen to and break down. This is just, what was there to grasp onto or argue against? It's just nothing.
He was so meandering and unfocused. Was this like his first draft, or was there a draft? Was that just him talking?
I don't even... That's a good question. We should all just tweet at him. It's like, hey, what the fuck was this shit? And then he'd just be like, oh, you focused on the logic and not the emotion.
Mm.
Yeah, it's weird. Thank you, Wyatt, for that. I just feel great.
No problem. That was like, I regretted that as well. I was just like, oh, this will be fun tisms. I was hoping it would just be like half us agreeing, half like saying like, oh, HiTop, you're a fucking idiot, lol.
Well,
and then
I would almost rather him have like made some really shitty arguments or given us something to work with. But so much of that was like, he's just not saying anything. He's doing that flowery video essay shit.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Where he's saying a lot without saying anything.
Would you say...
I think that's the entire appeal he's going for. He's just spending 40 minutes gushing. It's like, oh, this movie's so good, you guys. I'm going to talk, say random facts about how it's good. And then everyone's like, oh, I love this movie. This is a great video because it made me feel good. Like, oh, okay.
Yeah, it's that, I liked this movie, so I'm going to go ahead and click like on this video because he's telling me that I did something good.
Let's see
he
how
confirmed
how
that
many
it's a
likes
good
did
movie for me.
Part 2 had 12K likes. Jesus. I was like, would you guys rather watch... Like, this is a good question for Ninja. Would you say that Patrick Williams' video on Kevin Smith shitting all over his films was more coherent than HiTop talking about Batman Begins?
Well, yeah, absolutely, because like his arguments were shit, but at least he made them. There were arguments that were easily, countered or debunked, but he actually was saying things even if he was wrong.
Mm-hmm.
This just wasn't saying anything. He's just like, Batman. Basically, the whole thing boiled down to Batman Begins is a good movie, and I like sucking Christopher Nolan's dick.
Ugh. Fuck me. That was that. Yeah, I'm drained by that just as much as you guys are. That was insane. Like,
How long did it take us to go through all 40 minutes?
4 hours.
Jesus Christ.
So relatively short by Evan's standards.
Yeah.
Jesus.
I mean, I imagine that was made even shorter just for those sections where he just wasn't saying anything at all, so we could
Yeah.
go through it a little bit faster.
Mm-hmm. Just allowed us to just thoroughly dissect the bullshit and be like, yeah, what you're saying is just nonsense. HiTop.
Well, now we understand the importance of finishing the analysis, putting out the video, letting it stand on its own. I'm sure people are going to lose their fucking minds. We've seen that from the whole Spider-Man blowback, but if you've got something that's backed up by hard evidence, I'm willing to stand there and say, yep. I can point to a timestamp in the video and go, here's my evidence.
Yep. That's just. I think I'm willing to call it there actually, for the stream, because that was.
I think we kind of got all of the points we wanted to make out in the moment, and right now I think we're a little ready to take a breather.
Yeah, I think we're all a little fried after that. All right, so thank you all for watching. Hold on a second, Evan. Would you like to plug yourself?
Oh,
for phrasing,
sure.
man.
I haven't I haven't made any new videos yet. Like I said, I'm gonna work on a video on The Last of Us Part 2. I've got a draft of the script I need to get done, and then I need to play the games. Just a lot of that's going to delay that up, so it might be a while before that video is released. But my channel's Evan Monroe, and you can check out some of my older stuff.
Yeah, one of your videos I actually I recently rewatched was your Cinema Sins versus Cinema Wins video, and it's like, oh my, like I thought Cinema Sins was just bad just because he's got all those just jokes instead of like trying to do like actual criticism, and I never realized how much Cinema Wins does that for his own content. It's
very similar approach, and I don't think enough people realize that. I feel like people are like, he has great analysis. Like, no, dude, it's very similar with the whole joke mixing and getting stuff wrong.
Yeah, but the issue being is that it's positive instead of negative, and that's what.
Yep, and positivity sells.
Mm-hmm. All right, so thank you all for watching, and we'll see you in the next episode. Bye.
Goodbye.